Hello. Hopefully that's coming through. It's saying we're live now.
Yes, we are.
Good.
Which, is a good thing. I like being alive.
That's questionable. Sometimes it's fine, other times it's like, man, the fucking Halo TV show exists.
Yeah, the Halo TV show is trying its damnedest to kill us.
Um,
I'm just happy. We're not. I won't delve
let's,
into it too much. I'm
yeah.
happy that I was wrong about one aspect. I was happy I didn't call it because I hate psychics. I didn't want to be proven to be one.
Yeah, we're gonna try and save most of the Halo stuff for the Halo STAG, but, fucking nothing happened in episode 4 in the most obnoxious way possible. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's just so much worse than that too. Is like nothing happened, but then a lot of shit that makes no sense also happened. So it was just like,
Well,
what the fuck is going on?
what I mean when I say nothing happened is there's no plot progression. It's just very irritating.
Yep. Apparently, episode 5, though, according to the industry insiders, it's going to show a major conflict between Master Chief and the Covenant.
About goddamn fucking time. We're
I
4 episodes into a 9 episode fucking season, and there's been one significant action scene at the beginning of the first fucking episode.
And it was dog shit. Anybody that thinks that action scene was good, I weep for your lack of standards.
Yeah,
Holy
that
shit.
yeah, that action scene was not good. God, the more I think about it, even if it's stuff that I've already like, yeah, that's dumb. Just remembering it pisses me off. Like the fucking leader of the compound is in a fucking truck with a machine gun on the back, a turret, and it does nothing to the elites. The Master Chief picks up, it fucking demolishes them. It's how do you fuck that up?
Yes, the
How do
light
you?
anti-aircraft gun does nothing to the elites until John Halo picks it up, and suddenly it gets powered by the plot.
God, it is so fucking annoying. It is so God. Even if we do, I am pretty sure I've already said this somewhere before. But even though we're doing a stag covering the Halo show and breaking it down, I still want to do a video on it because of how fucking dog shit it is. Jesus
Yes.
fucking Christ.
Oh, and lest we forget, the ass chips that affect your emotions.
Well, yeah, like we said on the last stream, emotions are stored in the ass.
Yeah. Now, technically, it's what 2 inches above the ass crack, but still, it's just funnier to say it's the ass. The ass chip stops you from feeling emotion.
And then there's that weirdo who fucking takes hers out and dyes her hair with fucking grease.
Yes. Gun
Yeah, that was
grease.
weird.
But even better, who told her to do that? John never said he took his chip out. John never made mention about
Well,
it.
no, that's the thing. She did see him do it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
was
she
like
was-
peeking around the corner because when we watched, it was like, why the fuck would you do this where people can witness you doing it?
Yeah, and then
Then she
immediately
does it
when
the
we
same
said
spot.
that, yeah, it pans over to her, and it's like, oh, so there was good.
Well,
Uh,
God, I know we said we wouldn't talk much about Halo, but Jesus fucking Christ, she takes it out herself, and then one of the other Spartans comes up and talks to her, and she's like, obviously acting weird and like whatever. And they do a pan down to her ass, and you see, like, oh yeah, the same spot on her back, which, by the way, John Halo needed help from Cortana to locate where it is exactly. He didn't just have the vague area where it was, but she managed to dig it out of her fucking spine all on her own. Never mind that. The fucking other Spartan didn't notice this fucking wound on her back.
Yep.
Well, she's
Yeah, that
standing
made
in front of the
no
mirror
sense.
naked for no fucking reason.
And she's literally acting like the crack, like, hey, yeah, I'm fine, man. Hey, I'm
Oh yeah, she's like, yeah.
It's like, are you not gonna question that she's literally having like a spazoid attack right now? What the fuck?
Yeah, she's literally jittering like a fucking crack addict. It's fucking crazy. I hate it. God,
And then she
why the fuck?
immediately goes from fucking 0 to 10 after that. Like, she goes from a basically whatever character to just you're
A complete
fucking
weirdo.
insane.
Yeah.
Complete weirdo. She's just constantly doing dumb shit now.
That could get people killed.
Yeah,
'Cause, like,
it's just like, what are you doing?
yeah, like while the scientist, fucking Miranda Keys, is in the room, she's just like, I'm just gonna grab the artifact, even though you're in the room and in clear danger area. Boom! See, ma'am, we're fine. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, what? Okay.
Both Setch and Pagan are way quieter than Kree. That's weird. I turned Setch up a bit. I'll see if I could turn Pagan up a bit. Say something, Pagan?
Meh.
Bleh.
We live in a world where the god-awful fucking piece of shit Netflix adaptation of Cowboy Bebop is actually far superior to the Halo show.
Yep.
Unironically, like, this isn't a hyperbolic exaggeration. This is legitimate. Cowboy Bebop was at... Bebop Flicks was actually way better to watch than this piece of shit. Again,
At least it had shit going on.
Yeah. God, I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much.
Yeah, it at least had some semblance of progression, even if it was really bad progression. That was still there.
Yeah.
This is just like, oh yeah, we're gonna spend 50 minutes on something that should have took less than 10.
Well, I think I said it in our latest recording. At least in Bebop Flicks, Vicious was actually, like, he had plans he was working on that he was moving forward with constantly. He was trying to take over the Syndicate. He was trying to have Spike killed, you know? The wheels were fucking... The gears were, like, grinding up against each other and sparking and fucking... not aligning properly, but they were still turning. Here it's just a gear fucking floating out in the air, turning fucking uselessly. I hate it.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for Master Chief to randomly pull out his cell phone in the show and just be like, mushy mushy.
Oh, God.
For no reason whatsoever.
Why'd you have to remind me of that?
All right, let's
And-
get these
yeah.
chats. We got a backlog now.
Yeah, one more thing. We're still waiting for Master Chief to cry. It's going to happen this season. There's no way it's not going to happen this season with what they've been building up. Especially since they're doing this whole, Halsey had a plan to take him from his parents. And why the fuck does she think he's going to be a leader when he's 10 years old? God! I'm sorry.
I can tell you're going to be a leader. The kid's 10.
Not only
You
10,
know
but
anybody's
constantly
gonna
running away. They cite it as a constant fucking issue with him.
Yeah, that he's actually a little coward and he wants to quit all the time. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. I hate this show so much.
You're going to be a leader. You do what now?
And it's so stupid that their fucking idea of originality is, well, let's just do the thing that the games and the other stuff didn't do because they knew it was so stupid. So let's just make it so that, she actually does lie to them and fucking, is it straight up with them so that they question her later. Yeah, that's a really good idea.
20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you. Shabbat Shalom, my fellow Kekarinos. Oh.
Hey. Then we have another one from Carol Svoboda. Oh, and then my thing jumped. Nice. Appreciate it. 20 more Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Freeman will totally demolish John Halo. Easy.
John Freeman is a better fucking protagonist. Easily.
Yep. $20 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Salve, Furry Fat. Today's Emperor of the Day is the literal mad lad Caligula. Like most insane tyrants throughout history, his antics were exaggerated, but he was bad enough to be the first emperor killed by the Praetorian Guard.
Fucking rip.
And $10 from Sibla. Thank you very much. The new MCC update added Flood Firefight for Halo ODST, and it's really fun. It's good to have some good Halo content come out.
Oh.
Nice. And $5 from Scoopmeister. Thank you, thank you. You want some good Halo laughs? Look up the old Machinima series by Guitar Master X7. His Pirates of the Caribbean parody is fucking hilarious.
I'll try to keep that in mind. I'm terribly forgetful, though. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, and if we want a hot take, I actually don't think Reach is that good of a game.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'll let you guys experience through it, but we were talking about it on my stream of like all the problems I have, and we were talking about it in your Discord too of all the problems with its story and everything.
All right. I have heard people reference it as like the start of the downward spiral or the turning point on the series.
Well, you could tell that Bungie was trying to make Destiny. You can definitely tell that a lot of the stuff in Reach was in service of making Destiny, not in service of making a Halo game. And then 343, of course, came out and said, yeah, we hired a bunch of ex-Call of Duty ex-Call of Duty developers who hate Halo. They're going to remake Halo into Call of Duty now. Why is nobody playing it? It's because you made it fucking Call of Duty, you moron.
Anyways, I suppose we should get on with the first video.
Yes.
I actually haven't previewed this one. It was suggested to us, but it's a fucking 8-minute retrospective of the Disney trilogy.
Yeah,
it's like, okay,
movies.
First of all, how are you talking about 3 entire fucking movies in 8 minutes? I don't get it.
Yeah,
and
holy shit.
I actually didn't even check to see if this was a positive or negative video. I'm pretty sure the person who suggested it in Discord, though, said, like, yeah, this is bad. You guys ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So, here we are, ending the decade with the final film of a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the hype that surrounded it for almost a decade, just like how we started the decade with the final film in a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the hype that was built around it for almost a decade. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Those are not
It's
comparable.
Sorry, I need to hear that again because it almost sounds like it may just be me misinterpreting what he's saying. But
So, here we are, guys, ending the decade with the final film of a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the hype that surrounded it for almost a decade, just like how we started the decade with the final film in a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the
okay,
hype.
15 years isn't a decade.
Yeah, no, but he's saying that we ended the 2010s to go into 2020 with a really shit Star Wars film and trilogy, and then we ended the 2000s into 2010 with a shit trilogy.
Yeah, but the first decade is Revenge of the Sith came out in 2005, though. It's not ending the decade.
I know it didn't end the decade, but that was within that decade. He was trying to make the two comparable, and he's trying to say both of them are equally terrible because they couldn't live up to the hype that people put behind them. Is like, no, that isn't even remotely. Like, yes, the excuse me. Yeah, the Star Wars movies never could have lived up to the hype because they were never good to begin with.
Hold on. The chat is saying that I'm super loud and everything else is super quiet. Okay, guys, you're going to hear a bit of an echo for a second because I'm going to play the studio version so I can hear what it sounds like. Revenge of the Sith came out in 2005, though. It's not in the decade.
I know, it didn't end the decade.
Oh.
That was
I am quite a bit louder. That's weird.
Oh.
Alright. I turned myself down a bit. Hopefully that's better.
Yeah. Man, so that means... well, that means a lot of people didn't hear my hot take.
Well, no. It's not that you were muted. It's that I was louder than you guys.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, since I haven't... I don't know why, since I haven't adjusted my own audio in any way. So yeah, that's weird. Such as quiet.
Yeah.
I did turn him down quite a bit last time. I think Rogue said you were too loud, so I turned you down a bit. I didn't think it was that much.
Yeah.
20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you. Audio levels are odd. You are loud. Others are quiet. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, apparently the audio is right now.
All right.
Nice.
Um.
Good, they heard the reach hot take. Thank God.
Well, here's the thing too, though. Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, they're bad, but that doesn't necessarily preclude Revenge of the Sith from being good. Revenge of the Sith could have been fucking amazing despite the first two being garbage.
Yeah.
Because they weren't that damaged. It's not a Disney trilogy issue where the plot set up by the first two movies is completely fucked in every direction, so Rise of Skywalker can't, like, it's almost impossible for Rise of Skywalker to be good. It wasn't a situation like that.
Yep.
So yeah, no chance of it being good. I disagree. There was many chances for both trilogies to be good, actually, but obviously they weren't. Like, I just hate the idea that something is doomed to failure if it's actually not. Like, even Rise of Skywalker, like I said, there was a small chance they might have been able to save it, but it was near impossible, and of course we got garbage.
Yeah.
Because there's just too many issues from The Last Jedi to reconcile, to wrap up in a final film.
Yeah. That's for sure.
They certainly didn't make the best of it with their fucking Death Star destroyers. Fuck. Jar Jar was the key to the prequels. If they got him working, everything would have fallen into place. I don't know about that.
Around it for a decade. Yeah, and they say that corporate filmmaking and billion-dollar franchises aren't consuming the film industry. Thank God.
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with massive cinematic universes either. It's just they haven't been done well to this point.
Yeah. Or they get done well and then they get driven into the ground.
Yeah,
Like,
that too.
That was good. Let's just do it again. It's like, or my favorite, Justice League versus the Avengers. The Avengers, they took a lot of time to build up multiple different characters and then slowly interweave them together. And bam, all of them are in one universe where we'll create the Avengers. Justice League. Well, we set up one character and kind of set up another character. Bam! Smash them all together. Woo!
Yeah, that was their big problem is it seemed like DC wanted really hard to have a cinematic universe like the MCU, but they rushed it in the worst fucking possible way. Here's a shitty Superman movie. Here's a shitty Superman versus Batman movie. Oh, now the whole team is here. What do you mean the whole team? We've only met two of them.
Yeah.
Because at least, even though we didn't get a Hawkeye or Black Widow movie back then, they were still in the other movies. Black Widow showed up in Iron Man 2, and I think Hawkeye showed up in Thor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at least, the characters were there. I wonder how differently the DCEU would have turned out if they had introduced everyone first.
If they had taken their time with it, I think it could have been good. Granted, then we had Wonder Woman, and Wonder Woman was garbage.
Well, that seemed, from what I've heard other people talk about, it seemed like it was a rush to catch up with the MCU as well, having Captain Marvel, which was fucking garbage on its own. But, yeah.
It's just Gal Gadot is not an actress. Like, Jesus Christ. She is beautiful, gorgeous, sexy, would bang, but no, she is not an actress. Like, Jesus Christ. The head wiggle.
At Creetosis, context for chat, this guy is an indie director, and he sucks the dick to anything indie and, quote, underground. Huh.
Oh. Kal-El, no! Yeah. Now, my favorite is 1980, I think it was 1984, where she's wiggling her head back and forth. Like, no, you can't. That's not how this works.
Oh
People
yeah,
can't
the fucking wish thing.
It's like, stop wobbling your. Why are you wobbling your head back and forth? Stop it.
So, based on that comment, if M9 is right about that, then yeah, I can see. This is kind of the thing I really hate is when people have these takes where, anything indie is automatically good and anything big corpo is automatically bad. It's usually a mix.
Yeah.
There's instances of the studio interfering and saving movies, and there's absolutely instances of the studios interfering and ruining movies. Like, it's not an automatic bad thing that they interfere.
Well, then you can have your Soulsborne games from the corporation side, and then you have your fucking Fezzes, where it was made by a pretentious douche nozzle. Like, again, indie is not inherently a good thing. You have people that are so far up their own asses that, yeah, they're just gonna be cancerous little fucksticks the entire time. And then you have corporations who don't know when to leave things alone. It happens. It's good. It's not pure good, pure bad either way.
Yeah.
The indie film scene's load of creativity. Otherwise, this entire art form would seem like just as much of a joke as the world of high art.
This banana.
Yeah, I agree. This isn't high art. This is modern art. There is a difference. Modern art is fucking cancer.
I think we caught him in the middle of a statement, though, that we should probably maybe hear the full thing of.
Yeah, I agree.
Started the decade. Final film in a trilogy that never had a chance of living up to the hype that was built around it for almost a decade. Yeah, and they say that corporate filmmaking and billion-dollar franchises aren't consuming the film industry. Thank God the indie film scene still has a fuckload of creativity, otherwise this entire art form would seem like just as much of a joke as the world of high art.
I mean, there are still good movies that come out from time to time from the corporations, like
Dune.
Like Dune.
Dune is a fantastic fucking.
Well, I saw both Spider-Man No Way Home and The Batman recently, and while both movies have a lot of issues, I did really enjoy them. I think it's unfair to say that the industry would be a joke without indie films, because, like,
yeah,
there's obvious examples of the industry being a joke, but I mean, I don't know.
There's plenty of indie films I can point out where it's like, look at how shit this is.
yeah.
What was that one that came out like a year or two ago, but the woman in fucking this cult that everyone hated? Well, the people who love indie stuff loved it. I think everyone else hated it. I think it was Midsummer or something.
I don't remember. But if I remember right, Cuties was a fucking indie film. And yeah, so that should show you something.
Yeah. The base point to take away so far, I guess, is there's good and bad on either side of this, indie and corpo.
Yeah.
One side isn't automatically bad.
Yeah, modern art sucks ass, but there are modern artists that are actually really good. Like the dude who makes hyper-realistic statues, like to the point where they look like they're photographs, and the only reason you know that they're not is because it's an ear that's like the size of a person sort of deal. But it is so intricately and masterfully detailed, it's like, Jesus Christ.
There are heroes on both sides. How are there heroes on an army of robots? That's something I actually never really thought of before. Why have we never gotten that story in the movies of what the Separatists consider to be their heroes? You know?
I don't know, because it would be fascinating to have them go through, like, yeah, they're standing up to the clearly fascist fucking Jedi Order who dictate everyone's beliefs and everything. That'd be. I love Nick Rekieta's whole thing about the Jedi are actually evil Hittlers. I love it.
Well, I don't remember that last part, but I did hear Rekieta's rant about them like a month ago. That was fucking hilarious.
Oh, he calls them kitty diddlers because he's like, they always take little kids. Did you notice that? It's always little children.
Well,
That's
that's what the prequels did, and yeah, I don't. This guy hates Red Letter Media? Oh no.
Oh boy.
Well, I guess we'll see if that comes up at all.
This duct tape to a wall.
Anyway, hi, my name's Neo, and I'm a filmmaker, and here we are approaching the year 2020 and still making sequels to a trilogy that came out over 40 years ago, even though pretty much everyone is in agreement that nothing will ever surpass the original, and there's
That's not true.
No, everyone is not in pretty much agreement with that. No, you can absolutely get better than the originals. Here's the thing.
Especially considering the third movie had a lot of issues.
Yeah. John Carpenter's The Thing is way better than the original. Like, originals aren't held up as, like, some sacred thing that can never be...
I don't think that's the argument he's making here. It's not that nothing can outshine originals in general. It's that the original Star Wars trilogy in particular is so great that nothing could surpass it, and even then I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
You can actually absolutely get an amazing fucking writer to do a trilogy that far outshines the original trilogy. We just haven't gotten it yet. And one extremely flawed trilogy and one incredibly dogshit trilogy doesn't mean that we can never have a good Star Wars trilogy. It just means it hasn't been done since the originals.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just incredibly sad that this thing is like, oh, nothing will ever beat us, you should never try. No, you should absolutely try. Because something, somewhere along the lines, will beat it.
Well, see, here's the thing, too. It's you don't necessarily need to beat the originals. What if you do a Star Wars trilogy that's just... It's a good trilogy, it's just not quite as good as the originals. That's not a bad thing. You can still tell really good stories that don't match up to the originals.
Yep.
He hates them because they made it big because of their reviews instead of their films. That video is also really good for a STAG. Jesus Christ, if that is true, that's pathetic.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ, okay.
I'm curious, M9, does he have, like, a bigger axe to grind with critics in general, or is it just Red Letter Media in particular because they made it big off their, reviews and criticisms?
You know what this guy reminds me of? He reminds me of the us versus them mentality of the creator versus the critic. It's like it's not an us versus them. It is an absolute, like, the creator creates, the critic points out the flaws so the creator can make something better.
Yeah. And M9 says yes, he hates all film critics in YouTube.
Wow.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, God. So he's actually retarded.
Yeah, the way it would work ideally in a fucking perfect world is the critics would be highly valued, not because they tell you not necessarily because they tell you what movie or show is good to watch or what game is good to play or not or whatever, but they point out the flaws in the thing so the creators can do better next time.
Yeah.
Or maybe even improve the thing before it's finally released. You know? Yeah, I don't... Generally, I don't like us versus the mentalities. Funnily enough, only a Sith deals in absolutes. Yeah, I don't think creators and critics should be at a war with one another.
Yeah, me either.
When I criticize Bethesda, I don't want to see them destroyed. I want to see them do better.
Yeah. I want a mill gone, but it's because I want the company to go on. I want their franchises to improve. And I do not think a mill can actually improve.
Don't be mean, Setch. A mill can be the janitor.
Sure.
There are bad critics. All bad critics are critics, but not all critics are bad critics. Yes.
Yes.
And just because a critic is bad doesn't mean they're going to rate everything badly either. And this is kind of the reason I find criticism so fascinating, is bad critics can go either way. If you give a pass to too much garbage, that makes it allowable. And more studios and game companies are going to get away with doing the bad shit because, well, this other movie, this other game, they got a 97 despite being so insanely poorly written. So yeah, it goes both ways.
Yeah, it's why we covered the Cinema Things stuff, because you see it from both sides. Cinema Sins is awful dog shit, and Cinema Wins is awful dog shit.
Yeah.
And they're both like counter to each other, but they're both dog shit.
Just making sure I didn't miss any super chats before we grab these two here. Oh, there was one I missed. Yeah, there is one I missed. $5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. I'm thinking of trying my hand at streaming. Do you have any tips? And I agree, the more you think about Halo Reach, the worse it gets. Well, I was talking about the TV show, but yeah.
Well, I was the one that talked about Reach. And I said, the
Well,
more
no, I
think
know.
about it, the less and less I like it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I would say get OBS and get a capture card. Because the capture card actually really helps a lot.
Well, it depends what you're streaming. You don't need a capture card if you're not streaming, like, games on console and stuff.
I argue you should still get a capture card, because the capture card does all the encoding. It takes all the load off of your system itself. That's the thing that I liked about this XR1, was that it took all the load off of my computer.
Is this an internal capture card?
No. This I have an external capture card.
And it takes the load off of how?
Because it's doing all the processing. It's doing all the encoding, all the rendering and everything, and sending the signal into OBS. So instead of my CPU telling it that this is what it needs, it grabs what it needs and does all the encoding and everything and sends it to it sends it to OBS.
What the fuck? I have no idea how that fucking works. Because I don't use it at all when I'm not streaming the Switch or the PS Mini. So I have no idea what you're even talking about there.
So basically, instead of my CPU being the thing that has to...
Yes, you explained that part already, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't... the part I'm missing is, how does the capture card do that when it's not... When it's just plugged in? Because
Because the signal's going into the capture card anyways. That's what the pass-through is for.
What? The only signal going into the capture card is the one from the console.
No, mine is for my computer. So my computer goes into my capture card, and the pass-through goes into my monitor. So I can just use my monitor as per normal. But whenever I turn on OBS, the capture card kicks in, and it's the one that's encoding the signal. The computer doesn't need to do any other fancy things. It doesn't need to start the encoders. It doesn't need to tell the graphics card, hey, we need this data packaged in this way to send that way. No, the capture card itself does that.
Okay, so clearly we have two very different capture cards that work in two very different ways. Mine...
Oh, no. Apparently all capture cards do this. You just have to hook your computer into the capture card. Basically, you need the computer to be the source, not a console or anything like that. Because then yeah, your capture card's doing the console. But if you have your computer as the source, the capture card will do the stuff for your computer as well.
I have absolutely zero idea on how to even set that up.
Thank you, Seth, for this lesson in Black Magic. No, that's how capture cards work. That's what I made sure to check on before I bought this capture card. Because I needed something to take the load off my CPU.
€5 from Mr. Pyrocrab. Thank you. The Expanded Universe comics gave the Separatists a lot of nuance. Read Republic. Alto Stratus was a Chad. Clone Wars Multimedia Project was better than the cartoon. Oh. I have heard a lot of good things about the EU.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the best ones being Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's the one that everybody brings up, and for good reason.
Yeah, everyone does bring that one up. I still haven't read it, so yeah. $5 for peace was never an option. Thank you. No, Cree. Even as a janitor, he'd still find a way to ruin things. Oh God. Could you imagine he was
Well, yeah,
mopping the
remember they
floor and he
let-
fucking
Remember they said that they let the janitors write the stories as well.
wow.
Yeah, they let anybody. They said anybody.
Yeah, they didn't say the janitors. They said anybody.
I know, but
and they referenced character artists, map makers. It's like maybe you should put some quality control on that instead of just taking it wholesale. Because Jesus Christ.
You're being demoted to janitor. Yes, I'm still a writer.
Oh God. So anyways, this guy apparently really hates critics. Well, might actually be a good source for future videos to cover then.
Tears of lost socks. Colorized. Lizardman describes the power of capture cards to the amazement of a furry in denial.
No! Not a furry.
Basically no point in for these movies, and yet we still
Hold on, it skipped again. That's actually getting really annoying.
Yeah.
Could drag it back just a tiny bit more.
40 years ago, even though pretty much everyone is in agreement that nothing will ever surpass the original, and there's basically no point in continuing to make any more of these movies, and yet we still keep paying to see them over and over again, and now we're forced to deal with these godforsaken films from now until the end of time. Congratulations, everybody. This shit is your fault.
No.
No.
That's not how
No.
it works. Jesus
Again.
Christ.
Did you notice how they stopped a lot of their Star Wars plans after their trilogy was shit and there was backlash?
Well.
They stopped making money.
They kind of slowed down their plans significantly after fucking Solo.
Yeah.
A lot of people hated The Last Jedi, and Solo was the first Star Wars movie to have lost money at the box office.
And then
And-
Rise of Skywalker happened.
And then Rise of Skywalker happened. The plan was a new movie every year, which they've obviously not followed up on.
No, Rita, they did stop. Again, you need to understand, in company terms, when you are planning 16 projects, 16 fucking projects to be released, boom, 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 and suddenly it's like, well, we released one. That is stopped in corporation terms. That is, no, hold the fuck up. Stop all those other projects, put them on hold immediately. Something happened.
Kree and the video are too quiet. I'm almost convinced Chad is fucking with us now.
Probably.
I've turned myself up a bit. Setch in the video. Anyways, I actually forgot the point we were talking about because of that comment.
We were talking about how, like, he was saying that this is all of our faults.
Oh, right. What a fucking retarded thing to say. It's our fault for wanting good movies and hoping they come out. And then being disappointed when bad movies come out. Like, how could you say that when people were so insanely critical, especially of The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also,
There are
yeah,
people
they...
who have launched their careers by criticizing that fucking film.
And by the way, they did stop their plans with the movies because the last Star Wars movie to be released was Rise of Skywalker. They did switch over to doing the TV shows, or I guess Disney Plus. Fucking whatever. I don't care about calling them by whatever service they're on. They're fucking TV shows. The fucking shitty Star Wars TV shows, Mando and Book of Boba Fett, and soon Obi-Wan is coming out. Jesus Christ. I do not want to cover Obi-Wan.
Me neither.
And it's only because people were like, Mando's good. It's like, no, it's not. It's
No.
really shit.
Yeah, it's so fucking bad. And you know it's so bad that Book of Boba Fett was so much worse than Mando. For fuck's sake.
It almost feels like a game of how low can we go.
The
Yeah.
tribal slavers are actually the good guys.
I couldn't believe
What?
they fucking tried to do that shit. That was fucking insane. And there were so many people talking about this shit too. Like it was some huge fucking like oh, it was so annoying. Like, yeah, the sand people, yeah, they're the rightful owners of the fucking planet and blah blah blah. This is so amazing that fucking Disney is writing these type of stories. I'm just like, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I hate you.
Also, apparently, we've had multiple people saying it now, Cree. So we've had 6 different people say that, yeah, you're really loud and we're so quiet.
I have no idea how I'm so loud. Like, again, at the start of the stream, none of the volumes had been messed with since last time. And last time the only volume messed with was Setch's. So,
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm suddenly louder. I don't know why they're suddenly more quiet.
These people are to blame, but definitely not me. Why did these retards say so much stupid shit with so much confidence? Because stupidity gives people confidence.
Check Windows volume, man. Okay, look. I could hear such a pagan as clearly as I do every other time. It's not my own volume. In fact, my volume is higher than it normally is. Just everything but you, Cree, volume up. I'm just gonna start ignoring that because Cree, you're too loud. Cree, you're too quiet. Like, I don't know what I can do about that right now.
Yeah, especially when we're getting fucking
Mixed messages constantly.
Yeah.
Well, nobody said Cree was too quiet at all here.
Someone...
I just saw one that said Cree was too quiet, so
Where? I don't see it.
I did. I saw it.
Rita,
it's
just
gone now.
just
but...
everything but you, Cree, volume up.
Yeah, they're saying they turn everything else but yourself up. You're too loud.
Cree, you're fine. They meant to say. It also helps when people get people's names right, because someone that earlier said, Cree, you're too quiet. Oh, wait, I meant Setch.
Yeah.
So, that's part of where the frustration is coming from right now. It's because you lowered your volume, Cree, then you upped it again. I've barely moved my volume. It has not been that significant of a change. Anyways, yeah, it's fucking retarded to blame the fans for bad movies coming out. The fans want more of a good thing. If they get a bad thing as a result, that's not their fault. It's the creator's fault for making fucking garbage.
Yep.
The argument you might be able to make is people keep paying for garbage, but then the other problem is you're always going to have that segment of any fan base who's going to pay for the thing no matter how bad it is.
Yeah. Because for whatever reason, they tie their identity and self-worth into it. So no matter how bad it'll be... Well, it can't be bad, because then you're saying I'm bad. No.
Well, it's not just that. There are people who get genuinely upset. Like, not on the verge of tears upset, but like super, super, I guess sad or depressed or fucking whatever when you criticize the thing they like. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You could criticize a thing and not have an issue with the person who likes that thing regardless. But you are always going to have those people who... Almost sounds kind of rude saying it this way, but just mindlessly enjoy it, where it's like, I don't care what the quality is, it has the name of the thing I like on it, therefore I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, most of these people are kind of considered, you know, they get made fun of quite a bit, especially that one guy, the, I'm gonna cry at every single trailer from this movie franchise that comes out.
That...
I cried when Luke showed up on screen.
Well, it's worse than that, because, the guy who cried at the Rise of Skywalker trailer, it was literally just a shot of sand by the time he was crying. That's all he had seen. And he had tears coming out of his eyes. It's like, you are just completely fucked, aren't you?
Yeah, he's absolutely pathetic.
Well, to be fair, Sand definitely makes most Star Wars fans cry now after a Book of Boba Fett. Anytime you see that shit come on screen, you're just like, no, please, no more.
Yeah, can we get a planet other than Tatooine? This is supposedly... Look at the Senate in the fucking prequels. Look how many seats there are there. We should have a shitload of planets, not like 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really fucking weird. There's got to be at least 300, 400 different Senate groups. It's like, so that means, ergo, because each one of these is associated with a specific planet, there's that many planets that are populated, right? But no, the entire Republic gets wiped out when 4 planets go boom. Like, oh, okay.
Creetosis, I've remembered something. This guy unironically thinks that Lucas should have had 100% creative liberty in the original trilogy. He defends the green alien Han Solo. Okay. Alright, I'm going to explain something. Sometimes creatives need restraints placed on them, or else you get a prequel.
Yeah.
The Star Wars prequels are what happened when George Lucas didn't have anyone around to question him. This guy literally just said the 2 trilogies were garbage and were beyond hope of ever being good. One of those trilogies was the one that had fucking complete creative control from George Lucas.
Yep.
Yeah, that kills his own argument. What the fuck, dude?
Al membership from Enclave Emily for 5 months.
Thank you.
Very much. Membership reset. Damn. Anyway, please be mindful of the sand slavers. They are oppressed, don't you know, bigot?
Yeah.
Wait,
Greedo was originally Solo? No, I remember hearing about this vaguely. I think Red Letter Media mentioned it in one of their videos, but apparently Han Solo was supposed to be some kind of alien creature. I think Luke originally had a robot head, and one of the characters, I think it was C-3PO, was supposed to come off like a shady car salesman or something to that effect. It was mostly his wife at the time. Okay, be careful there. Be careful with that, because I don't know the full details behind it, but that video, how Star Wars was saved in the edit, is apparently largely bullshit, and there's a video deconstructing that.
Yeah.
How Star Wars was saved in the edit was saved in the edit.
Yeah.
Which is actually a really funny name.
Also, we have the scene where Lucas was in full control, where he had Han Solo stepping on Jabba's tail and everything like that. And he made him look like a fucking chump, and that got deleted, rightfully so, because they're like, you take all of the fear and everything out of this character by making him look like a little weakling. Like, he lets somebody who owes him money step on his body.
Literally walking over him.
Do anything. Yeah.
Literally walking over him.
It's like, dude, come on.
He blames Red Letter Media for the shit Lucas got, by the way. A lot of people seem to, and I don't know if there's any way to prove it, unless Lucas actually fucking comes out and says, yeah, it was Red Letter Media, fuck those guys. I haven't seen that if he has. The thing is, though, he wouldn't have gotten that shit if he didn't make shit. Like,
yeah.
That's not a reason to abandon this series. It's a reason to, okay, here's what went wrong. Maybe I do need some cooler minds around me who are willing to question me and make a better product as a result. We all know Star Wars was saved by the holiday special.
I've said before that Star Wars did once Lucas called it quits because without him and his eye for innovation, the series just doesn't really have much of a reason to continue from a filmmaking standpoint. But hey, I'm not going to talk shit about him selling the franchise to Disney because he made bank because of it, and that's a move that anybody should be able to respect. I'm not going to talk...
You do realize that it was him at the helm for the prequels, right? It was him at the helm for the prequels.
What I'm having trouble with is there's no reason for Star Wars to continue existing as a series from a filmmaking perspective, which I don't agree. I'm obviously not a filmmaker. I'm not trained in all that stuff. But it's like, I'm sure there could be a reason for it to continue existing besides just continuing a franchise that people love.
Yeah.
Like, does something need to innovate to continue existing?
No, you don't need to innovate every time. I don't
Yeah.
know. That'd be insane. That's those people that unironically were like, "Oh, game uses the same animation here. It's shit." It's like, it's Kratos climbing into a boat. Why do you need a custom new animation every single time? What the fuck?
Yeah. I've even said before, I would be fine if the graphical quality stalled at like Half-Life 2, but people started using more stylized graphics so everything looks unique rather than here's realistic military shooter game.
Yeah. $5 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, do please wait, sir. I guarantee this land speeder is well worth its price and more. It's only slightly used. C-3PO, shady speeder salesman.
I don't remember if it was C-3PO or not. It was one of the characters, though.
Yeah. And again, who says that Star Wars has to tell a story from the Rebel perspective? It shouldn't be. And why couldn't it be from the perspective of the Imperial Remnant? Why couldn't it be from the perspective of an outer colony that wasn't affected by the war? And now their masters have changed. Like, why couldn't it do that?
What a compelling story it would be where a planet was actually benefiting from Empire rule, and it actually affected them extremely negatively for the Empire to fall.
Yeah.
Just because Palpatine's evil doesn't mean everything the Empire is doing is evil. You could tell that story. It could be a good story.
That's kind of what the Imperial Remnant is like, hey, the actual, like, troops, stuff like that, and even some of the commanders who aren't, like, in the top inner circle, they were just people doing their jobs, and they were helping out colonies and keeping things stable and helping setting up trade runs and everything.
You just want to play as the Enclave because you're a fascist. Wait, sorry, wrong franchise.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Only the Empire had lowered taxes.
But yeah, you could tell stories like that.
Yep.
Shit, or like the million.
Let's back this up too. Also, before we even start on the next point, you gotta love how fucking... What a jab that is. Your average Star Wars fan is literally a kid.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm not going to talk shit about him selling the franchise to Disney because he made bank because of it, and that's a move that anybody should be able to respect. I'm not going to talk shit on Disney either, like the millions of Star Wars fanboys online have, because I feel like they pretty much accomplished what they set out to do, which was make money, and they did.
No, they didn't. They started making money, yes, and then they started losing money, so they failed.
What a fucking bizarre... It's hard for me to figure out this guy's position. So, it's the fans' fault for wanting more Star Wars because we got garbage, but you're not going to blame Disney because they made money. And everyone online complaining about the movies being bad are just a bunch of fucking angry fanboys. What?
Yeah.
Fucking...
It almost sounds like he's talking out both sides of his... How can you not blame the company or hold the company responsible or whatever when they're the ones who made the bad movies? Why are the fans the problem each time?
Yep.
Yeah, and also he was literally just complaining about big corporations and, you know, Hollywood and all the big name stuff and how indie film is the best thing ever. But but no, we can't criticize Disney. Fucking what?
Yeah. Just weird. He's like, but the Disney's only out to make money, and they succeeded. It's like, not really though, because again, they started losing money on what should be billion-dollar franchises, and then they started failing, and they started making less money each time, and then eventually they started losing money for each one of these they did.
And since when do we start judging quality by how much money something makes?
A lot of people do that because they think it's an easy win or they think it's an actual argument. This is one I've seen a lot with the whole Fallout thing. Oh, well, Fallout 4 was super successful. It sold this many copies and made this much money. So, it doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah.
That comment from Officer Hot Pants. I can't blame him for breaking my arm. That's what he intended to do.
Oh, dude, that's the same people. It's like, okay, so McDonald's is the best food in the world, right? What? No, it's not. Well, you already just said that. If it wasn't, then why would it make so much money all the time? Why is it Why is it the largest franchisee in history? Yeah, exactly. It's a stupid fucking argument.
These are the arguments I hate the most. The appeal to popularity, the appeal to success. There's another one I'm forgetting, but it's in the same...
Appeal to authority.
Appeal to... Well, yeah, that's part of it.
In this case, the authority being that Disney knows how to make movies, guys, and they know what they're doing. They know how to make money. It's like that does not mean they're good at it. In fact, clearly they're fucking bad at it because now they're losing money hand over fist.
Yeah, I forget what the breakdown was, but apparently they did really badly last year. Like, hardly anyone saw Eternals or Shang-Chi. Black Widow was fucking despised from what I remember, and the only movie, again, that I remember that made money was No Way Home, which was mostly Sony. Disney got like a chunk of that, but yeah.
And it's gonna get so much worse for them now, especially now that their special governance in Florida is going away. So now all of that is going to be all of those sales and everything are gonna get fucked over. They are not. Disney's not moving their biggest theme park. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's going to be a monumental task for them to move that theme park, and just moving alone, never mind getting a big enough piece of land in any other state and setting everything up. Like, that is an extreme expense at this point.
And getting everyone to go there, too. Not to mention the fact that they're having the vast majority, as was revealed through internal disputes, the vast majority of their employees despise Disney as a company. Because they hate that Disney is pro-groomer and shit like that.
Yeah. Man, I actually saw a really funny... I made a comment on a video that was kind of funny, which was... It was some guy talking about that Turning Red film, and he's like a turbo lefty fucking... Like, he just straight up made shit up. Like, there were some weird criticisms before the movie even came out of like, oh, they're trying to teach little girls about like periods and all this other weird shit that the movie didn't do. And but instead of bringing up any of that stuff, which was, you know, like, yeah, that actually happened, you could talk about that, but instead of that, he was like, he never once brought any of that weird stuff up. And he was just talking about like, oh, people didn't want to like this movie. People were set out to hate this movie because of LGBT, representation. And it's like, what? It's like, one, I don't think there was any gay characters in this movie whatsoever.
What movie are you talking about?
Turning Red.
And it is about teaching a girl about her period and her showing it off to her classmates and everything.
It's not, but
creepy. It is.
It's not. But it's.
I will
die
on that hill. It absolutely is.
Well, I disagree. I watched that. I did not get that at all. If they made one joke that kids obviously won't understand what that is, and it's like, and then they move on from it, and it's just like, okay.
I'm not saying it's teaching our kids about it. The whole point is that it is her period.
It's technically like a representation of puberty, which for a woman or for a girl that includes periods. But the criticism was, oh, they're trying to teach our kids about fucking periods and shit, which was fucking stupid.
No, I don't think kids about it, because I think kids are just gonna pay attention to, oh, it's a giant red panda bear.
Exactly.
But no, it is creepy as fuck that she has it when she has her mood swings, and now she's having other kids pay to see her in her mood swings during her period. It's like, what the fuck?
Kind of, but it's literally just a panda, and it's like, yeah, obviously kids are gonna want to take pictures with a giant cute panda. It makes sense. But anyway, it was just weird to me that he was like bringing up stuff that like didn't happen. He was just like, oh, LGBT representation is why this movie, like, people wanted to, like, hated this movie and was saying all this shit about it. And then he randomly brings up, like, and as much as you know, like, Florida wants to pretend that gay people don't exist, and I was like, okay, dude, fucking, for one, you clearly didn't read that fucking bill, because one, it's not called the Don't Say Gay bill. It ain't fucking called that. You clearly didn't read it. And I broke down what the bill was about in the comment section. And then I was like, and I don't know where you're getting this LGBT stuff from, because that's not what the fucking movie was about. That's not the criticisms it got. It was people saying that, oh, it's teaching our kids about periods, and oh, they're selling their body. It's teaching our kids to sell their bodies for fucking money and shit. That's what they were saying. They never brought up anything about LGBT stuff. In fact, if you want to criticize anything about LGBT, maybe stop sucking fucking Disney's dick and pay attention to what Pixar said after this movie came out of, hey, Disney, please stop blocking all of our LGBT, like, characters that we try to put in our show or in our movies, and you keep forcing us to take them out for China. Yeah, maybe you should focus on, if you want to talk about LGBT representation and getting it removed and shit, maybe you should talk about the fact that it's Disney doing that, not people who watch it. It's not the fans. It's Disney themselves, because they are extremely not against that shit. They say they're not. They say that they're all for that representation stuff, but the moment the moment they know it's going to go to China, oh, no, you take that shit right out.
I wasn't expecting a tangent about the fucking panda movie.
Well, it's been pretty relevant, and people were talking about it, and this
people in chat were also
reminded me.
People in chat were asking what we thought about some guy's review about the movie not containing references to 9/11.
I mean, I don't blame them for not having that.
Wait, do you think 9/11 is too heavy of a topic for a children's movie?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah.
If you're gonna build up to it, sure, you can build up to the tragedy and everything on it, and then show the heroism of people, especially with the first responders and everything. That could be good for a children's thing. Children to see, like, what people actually have to deal with in the real world.
Imagine if there was a scene where just, like, randomly at some part in the movie, there's literally just, like,
I am gonna
in the background, the TVs, like, there's like a bunch of TVs in a shop window, and it's just the fucking tragedy.
Well, this is like a year. I think it takes place in 2002. I'm just gonna read out this comment. Speaking of turning red, thoughts on Mysterious Mr. Enter's take that as the movie said in 2002, it didn't talk or have characters that act in a way that made sense in a world so close to 2001 9/11. Okay, so as someone who was a kid in Canada in fucking 2002, it was a normal fucking day, man.
Yeah, and even in America, it wasn't that huge. Like, it didn't completely change America.
Well,
like,
it did, but not in like a way that truly affected everybody's day-to-day lives.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it did affect America. Yeah, it did affect America in a huge way, but not so much so that, like, literally everyone's everyday lives changed forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's just a weird take. I don't know why you would focus on something like 9/11 in a children's movie that takes place in 2002. Like,
KR18 clarified. He wasn't criticizing it for not talking about 9/11, but more about how the shit the mother did when entering the school wouldn't have been allowed 2002. I have no idea what you're referring to there.
Even then, not really. She shows up to her daughter's school and is, like, spying on her from, like, a distance from outside, and a security guard comes up and is like, "You need to leave." And she's like, no, that's my daughter. See that? She knows what. See, hi, honey. And the dude's just like,
cringe.
No, you you need to get the fuck off of our property right now.
I can see that as being the thing, because, yeah, people were a lot more skittish for a while. But again, it's not like we didn't have metal detectors everywhere, and, like, there wasn't tons of security. But because the school did have a security guard, and you see somebody creeping on the kids, yeah, I can understand, like, he really should have been like, no, get the fuck out of here right this second.
Yeah. Which he was trying to do. She just wouldn't let him because she kept, like, you know, slipping away from him and running back to the window, and he'd have to grab her and be like, no, bitch, leave.
Yeah.
I think the worst thing that ever happened to any of the schools I went to was one time a guy was out in like the field behind the school with a golf club and he was hitting golf balls around. And they were like, yeah, you can't do that here. Had to have been someone with like either a mental disability or maybe a demented old person.
Maybe.
Because yeah, no one would normally do that. I can't remember if that was before or after 9/11 though. Actually, was that after? Was that after? I actually can't remember. I don't think it was.
Yeah. The movie was pretty cringe, though. I'm not gonna lie. It had a lot of it. I'm certain some of it was on purpose because, you know, fucking 13-year-old, 12, 13-year-old, 2002. Yeah, like, yeah, it's obviously at that age, kids are fucking cringe. But man, there was some cringe in that fucking movie. It was a mixed bag. I didn't hate it. I thought it was okay, but man, it was not one of their greats. It was not a Pixar's great film. It was
Yeah.
It was okay at most. It's fine.
I just remember seeing the art style and being instantly revolted by it and not wanting to see it anymore.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
issue with it is it's literally just 3D cal arts, and
Yeah.
as long as they keep it to this one film, it's not a huge issue. But if they start like doing the same thing that the 2D animation did, where, oh yeah, we're just going to animate all of our films to look like this, it's like, no, that's a huge fucking problem. Don't do that.
All right.
$20 from Amora Silverspark. Thank you. Have you heard the latest news on Disney? Their main bread and butter, the conservative families, are canceling their memberships, both Disney Plus and theme park passes, because they're sick of them pushing the LBGT plus agenda. I have heard
Yeah.
some of that, yeah.
Yes. Which is a good thing, because fuck Disney. And
Yeah,
fuck
fuck Disney.
Fuck their agenda. Again, they are cutting about a bunch of stuff of it for China, but they are absolutely pushing it hardcore, and especially towards children,
Yeah.
which is really fucking disgusting.
The part I have the most issue with is them pushing stuff towards children. It's just like, no, let children grow up and figure out for themselves what they are, rather than pushing on them that stuff. Obviously, I don't have a problem with normal LGBT whatever people, but if when it comes to pushing things on kids, that yeah, well,
I don't have a
Yeah,
problem with LGBT people. I have a problem with LGBTQ plus people. Go
Yeah.
fuck yourselves, LGBTQ plus.
Yeah, seriously, fuck you guys. Yeah, it's the whole teaching sexuality to kids and stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, come on. And the fact that they want to bitch about Florida so much when it's literally like, yeah, you can't teach kids about sexuality, whether it's gay, straight, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's literally, they ban straight stuff too, from kindergarten to grade 3.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a bad thing. And it's not anti-gay. It's literally, do not teach kids about sexuality of any kind until they are in 4th grade,
Yep.
including straight stuff, for fuck's sake.
Honestly, they should have done it till high school. That should have been the way
honestly,
to
yeah,
go.
it was high
Yeah.
school where we got taught sex ed stuff, and that's like the age where it starts becoming relevant. So yeah, I don't understand why they feel the need to teach it to young kids who don't even
Yeah.
have a When I was in fucking grade 2, I was more interested in playing with Legos than anything else. I had no concept of any of that fucking sex shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and oh my god, and that's such a small part of the bill too, because most of it is literally just like parents' rights stuff of like, yeah, if your child is getting like, you know, counseling or taking medication of any kind, The school has to tell you about that unless they think that you're actually abusing the child.
In which case, then they have to inform the police.
Yeah. And it's like, that's literally the majority of the bill. And then there's like a small subsect of like, yeah, also don't teach them fucking, sexuality of any kind until they're at least into grade 4, which even then I think is too low. But
Yeah.
but the fact that they're trying to make such a huge deal out of this, to the point that fucking Biden is like, well, we're gonna make it mandatory that fucking third graders get sex education.
Yeah, at which point I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go kill you myself.
Now, just to clarify,
In Minecraft.
yeah, just because,
Yeah.
best move on.
Yeah.
$20 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you. What do you think of the criticism of Elden Ring's story? All I've heard is that it wasn't interesting enough for people to look into it, but I found it interesting enough. Also, everybody's wrong. Roderica is best girl. I have no idea what that is.
Ronnie is best girl.
What?
Roderica's pretty good though.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I love Elden Ring's story. I love the way it's told, and I love actually putting the pieces together. The sense of mystery has been destroyed in the modern day. It's fantastic to actually have to do everything yourself, to put all the pieces together, because you're not told all the information flat out. You don't get exposition cutscenes and shit like that. I enjoy that aspect of figuring out what the plot, what the Night of the Black Knives plot was, and who orchestrated it, and why they did it, and why it was even possible to begin with.
Remember back in the day before the internet was super common, how there were some fucking crazy secrets in games that you could only find by exploring and trying stuff out?
Yeah.
And it was super satisfying to find them. And nowadays it's like, okay, I'll just look up this internet guide and just be directed to exactly what I need to do and where to go. It's like, okay, I did the thing.
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm getting a call for fucking overtime. Give me a minute.
Fair. Raya is pretty good as best girl. Yeah, I can agree with that. The memes for that are also fantastic when she's in her true form, and it shows her just walking around and she trips over a rock and this little squeaky toy. Great enemy felled. And then everybody in the comment section is like, we must start a holy crusade, brothers. We must destroy all the rocks.
Apparently they hung up, or I missed the call before I could answer it. I have no problem with this.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue on with this video.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's just wind it back so we don't get mid-sentence again.
I'm not going to talk shit on Disney either, like the millions of Star Wars fanboys online have, because I feel like they pretty much accomplished what they set out to do, which was make money. And they did. A fuckload of it, to be exact. But all at the sacrifice
That was a lot of red I saw going by.
That was a lot of fucking red.
Pretty much the latest film in the series is no exception.
Hold on, skipping.
It went back because I wanted to get the red, and then it jumped forward again, so I don't know where we are.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Now
definitely forward.
We're really far forward.
Yeah. So see, we're
This
using
is
that.
back. This is way back.
Okay, we're missing a huge chunk then.
Right there.
Which was make money, and they did.
Okay.
A fuckload. But all.
I'll let you do it, Pagan. Or sorry, Kree. I'll let you do it.
Yeah, because I had a pause right there.
Yeah, and I got it at the
A
same
fuckload
second,
of-
which is why we did our pause war thing.
That's a lot of negative percentages.
Yeah.
That's a lot of negatives.
Here, there's a
And
way
even,
to.
what is this graph even for?
Well, we could see if. I wonder if he cut off the top, so we can't see like what each thing represents. He obviously played it faster than we could
Which
possibly fucking see it.
was make money. And they did. A
Yeah.
He did cut it off intentionally. Wow,
Wow.
what a piece of shit. Well, hey, at least we caught that it went red quite a lot.
Yeah, so I have no idea what these two... This one's blank right now, but it's going to be 2 percentages in a bit. I can only assume that's like...
It looks like per day. How much it brought in per day? Maybe.
Yeah, but they only made 200 million. So if you're making like 40 million a day, then you're going to hit 200 million really fucking fast.
Yeah,
No,
but
200 billion. Billion.
Yeah, look how close it's. Look how it's building up though. On the far right, it's building up each time, and it's
Yeah.
the actual value beforehand. And it looks like it's showing. Yeah, because look, it's based off of the earnings from the day before.
Yeah, because the
That's
one
what all
day
the
where it
negatives
goes
are.
up, that's the one in the green.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, there's very few days where it goes up from the previous day.
Wow, Christmas Day they did well,
Yeah.
and New Year's. So yeah, two major holidays they did well.
I feel sorry for everyone who wasted part of their Christmas and fucking New Year's on this shitty fucking movie.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, too, I believe this is, again, because he cut off the top, we don't know which movie this is for. He did show an image of The Force Awakens before that. But all 3 movies released in December.
It is
2015?
the Force Awakens. This is the numbers for Force Awakens.
Right, I should have looked at the date. Rip.
Yeah, that's why I just checked when Force Awakens released to make sure it was in December of
So
2015.
So he's also using the most successful of them, I believe.
Yeah, he's not using the ones that literally didn't make money. The ones that actually cost them.
Yeah, because you're not showing the numbers for The Last Jedi or Solo or Rise of Skywalker.
Yep.
Now keep in mind, there was a high price tag of buying the series in the first place, and then you've got all the production and fucking advertisement costs for each of these movies. Found the exact webpage used. Nice. I think we kind of figured out what all the things mean, though.
Yep. This guy just subscribes to the debate school of citation. If a statistic or quote doesn't line up with your narrative, change it until it does. Yeah. Common tactic these days.
Yeah.
Did you change the speed back, Cree?
No, I haven't. I just want to see more of those numbers, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Ooh.
Yeah, look how it dropped down into the single millions.
Yeah. Like, that's
Wow.
bad for just a couple weeks after release for what should be such a big movie.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, so they made the vast majority of their money early on, and then it petered out real fast.
Yeah, that is an extreme drop-off.
God. And keep in mind, this was for the one that actually did well. Jeez.
Yeah.
Of it to be exact, but all at the sacrifice of creativity and innovation. And this latest film in the series is no exception. This third film, like the 2 that came before it, were pretty much just your average American popcorn films. Thematically basic.
That is a huge disservice to what American popcorn films used to be. Like, Jesus.
Yeah. That's wow. That really shows how far we've fallen.
Yeah. I know. I wish you would have shown the sales for The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. That would have been fucking epic to see.
Yeah.
How they didn't make money.
Yeah.
I mean, The Last Jedi still did, but its earnings also dropped off a cliff real early too. And then The Rise of Skywalker actually cost them money. So did Solo.
Well, that's the thing with The Last Jedi. It really didn't take long for people to notice the stink.
Yeah.
And while I think it did make some of its money back, at that point it was like, people turned on this movie real fucking quick.
Oh yeah.
Like Mahler's videos were out at the end of January, I believe. That's barely over a month into its theater run. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep.
And obviously all the other videos talking how bad it is. Red Letter Media's video. There are others I can't remember off the top of my head. Even with the prequels, there were some complaints early on, but It took a while for people to turn on them, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took like a couple of years before people really started talking about the prequels being bad.
Yeah.
But with a that's easy enough for younger people that aren't as familiar with the franchise to get into, with great performances, intense action sequences, and a nice happy ending that leaves the audience feeling sweet and satisfied.
No!
Uh,
No!
Not at all.
No, you don't get to say that about fucking Rise of Skywalker. Go fuck yourself.
Or even The Last Jedi. 'Cause The Last Jedi is what caused the rise of the fandom menace, as they called it.
Yeah. Oh my god, what a fucking shell.
I think, if I'm going to be generous, I think what he's trying to say here is the movie has a happy ending, as in, oh yeah, the bad guys are defeated and the heroes are successful and our new heroes get to live and they're all happy, blah, 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 blah. I think that's what he's trying to, because regardless of how well it was pulled off, yes, the bad guys are defeated, and there is a happy ending in terms of the main characters of the series survive, and of this trilogy survive. Because, you know, all the actual heroes fucking died. Well, Lando lived, but I mean, it seems like he was so mentally fucked that he was dead in spirit. You know what I mean. Kylo had a happy ending, right? Oh yeah, dumb bitch is dead. I'm going to use my force to heal her. Oh no, now I'm dead and I fade away.
Yeah.
God, that's so dumb.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if he's going that route, then yeah, he's right. But it's just we've seen so many people cover these movies that whenever they say something like that, they always mean it in the most literal, unironic way possible, as like, oh yeah, it's so satisfying and good and nice and stuff. And it's like, and all the people who hate it are just wrong. So it's hard to take it any other way. But maybe he is doing it the way you're saying it, but we'll see. But
well, we can rewind and get the full context, just to be sure.
With a storyline that's easy enough for younger people that aren't as familiar with the franchise to get into, with great performances, intense action sequences, and a nice happy ending that leaves the audience feeling sweet and satisfied.
Great performances, intense action sequences. Intense action sequences, maybe. Great performances, not at all.
Yeah.
The acting was horrible in the series.
Yeah, really bad.
Lest we forget Admiral Purple Hair. My entire plan fell apart. Oh, I guess I'm gonna turn the ship and kamikaze suicide.
No, she was running away. She just fucked it up.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's what they revealed in the other movie. She was intending to actually ram the ship, but no, they had to retcon that because JJ realized how damning that was to the entire franchise.
Well, you say that, and I agree initially, because they are like, oh, that shot's 1 in a million. But then they end Rise of Skywalker with someone else doing a holdo maneuver.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like the holdo maneuver is such a damning thing for the entire thing. It's like time travel. It destroys everything. The moment you do it, unless you have incredible control over it, the moment you put in something that's a literal I win button, it's like, okay, so why didn't the Resistance just strap one of these engines to a rock and then fucking light speed it into the Death Star? Boom, problem solved.
Yeah. Why didn't the Empire strap one onto a rock and say, we'll blow this at your planet if you fucking stand against us?
Yeah. Why didn't the planets start strapping them to rocks and be like, no, Empire, we resist, and we've got 15 of these rocks?
Yeah.
Again, it would have been the nuclear deterrent all over again.
I love this idea of instead of using like large, massive ships with hyperspeed, like
they're just strapping engines onto rocks.
yeah, they're just strapping engines onto rocks. They're like, my rock's bigger. I have more rocks.
Yes.
Shoot through the bullet like in fucking Suicide Squad.
Yeah. No. Hold on a second. Behold, rocks.
Oh my god! Why can I see Palpatine doing that? Behold, rocks.
Creamy Sheev shows up. Behold, the Death Star granite.
I would love to see a fucking parody skit of that now. Literally just Palpatine as fucking Dr. Weird.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that'd be great.
behold, the Death
Vader!
Star Destroyer! Oh. Oh no.
Vader, come quickly! What is it, my Emperor? My ass has finally decided to eat my hand! It hungers for more!
Oh. God, but also this dude's fucking like, yeah, the way he says it, like, yeah, it has a nice, satisfying ending for the audience, and it's like, no, especially when you're showing Rise of Skywalker. Fucking no.
At this point, I honestly can't tell whether he loves or hates these movies. He seems to be
can't
talking.
either.
He seems to be talking out both sides of his mouth.
Yeah.
1,000 Hungarian Florence from Legalizer 0956. Thank you. And good old Sheev won. Lest we forget, the Skywalkers are gone. Palpatine live on with Rey. Yes, Rey
Yeah.
Palpatine.
Yep. Creamy Sheev wins.
Hemmel didn't phone it in, even though he was devastated by the treatment of Luke. That was admirable. Yeah, he still did try his best with what he was given.
Yeah, and you could tell it was killing him. Like, every interview you see with him, he looks dead.
Yeah.
It's like,
Because for him, you have to realize the position he's in. He's played this character that was an inspiration for children for fucking decades. Luke Skywalker is one of the most well-known fictional heroes at this point, and the actor who played him is still alive and got to see just how many people, that affected, and how many people used Star Wars as escapism for bad situations in their lives.
Yeah.
And that has to mean a lot to, I guess, someone like Mark Hamill. I don't know. If I was in his position, it would mean a lot to me that something I did had a positive effect on people's lives, even if it was something like playing a character in fiction. And to see that character get fucking raped into the dirt, that must be incredibly brutal to have to experience.
In a mainline film that kids are going to see.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
for
not
fuck's sake.
Luke the hero anymore. It's Luke the pathetic old man who hates his life and hates everyone.
yeah.
Who tried to kill one of his fucking students and caused all this shit to happen.
Yeah. Who tried to kill his fucking own nephew, the daughter, or the son. Sorry, Kylo's so much of a bitch I thought he was a daughter for a second. the son. The son of his sister and best friend. And he tries to kill him in his sleep because he had a bad thought. The man who fucking turned Vader back from the darkness and
the guy
redeemed
who
him.
saved Space Hitler tried to kill his fucking nephew for having a bad dream.
Bad thought. Go together.
God, it is endlessly fucking frustrating it. Endlessly fucking frustrating. Jesus Christ. Anyways, yeah, good performances, it's a mixed bag.
Yes.
Good action, I can't say I was invested in any of the action. No. I was invested at the beginning of Force Awakens when Poe was trying to save Finn. Because it was kind of like a moment, He's turning, he's trying to get away from the Empire. He realizes he's on the wrong side. But then they turn everything to shit after. Well, it went to shit before that. But that was like the one time where there's any real investment from me. Everything is just downhill from there because it's just fucking bullshit. Han and Leia had 3 kids in Legends. Good action,
Reminded-
space horses.
Yeah, and the
Oh.
throne room fight in The Last Jedi, which was some of the worst choreography
That's what I was about to bring up. Was
I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. Of like, if we're gonna talk about good action scenes, like they definitely can't get fucking choreography as one of the points, because my god, that throne room fucking scene was so shit.
Yeah, that scene was fucking garbage, but MLP Death Dealer 32 just fucking reminded me, jam their speeders. Sir, they're not using speeders. What? And it's just them running across the ship on fucking space horses.
God.
Where's my news?
The only reason that works is because they don't know which way is up.
Oh my god, that's even more retarded.
Oh yeah.
They need a fucking transmitter to tell them which way is up. Even though they're all like, if you just move your ship upwards, you're literally moving away from the planet because the bottom is oriented towards the planet. Never mind that. There's another thing on a superstar destroyer. How can a ship that can't tell which way is up have an antenna on it that tells it which way is up, but none of the others do? Well,
Yeah.
okay, so these people who are coming to destroy your fucking little antenna thing, they're on your ship. So why not reactivate the one on their ground to turn the one on your ship off? So, oh, they switched it again. Oh, fuck. We have to destroy the other one. Because they still didn't destroy that for no fucking reason. But, you know. But here's the really big one. I know a lot of people have said this before. Fucking spin! Tilt your ship at a fucking 90-degree angle so they fall off, you dumb cunts.
Yep.
Like,
you don't need to know which way is up. You literally just say,
No,
hell,
this is
90 degrees.
This is the ship that has the thing that tells them which way is up. So they don't even need.
They could literally just go up and they would all just die from fucking like
Yes.
the oxygen would just disappear.
Yes.
They would suffocate
Yes.
to death.
They're already
Uh-oh.
they're already high in the sky. Okay, Captain, bring us out of atmosphere for like 5 minutes, and then
Yeah,
bring us back
exactly.
down.
just a bunch of dead horses and soldiers floating off the ship into space.
Yeah.
The visual image is fucking amusing. It just rises up and they all just start floating off. It's like, yeah. What the fuck did you think would happen, morons?
Exactly. That's the only reason the fucking plan. That's why I brought up the whole like they don't know which way is up. It only works because they literally could have just gone up and just killed them all instantly from that. But no, because they don't know which way is up, that plan won't work.
It's so fucking dumb on so many levels. Not to mention the fact that you needed a very special McMuffin, and I love that slip has become like canonized. You need a special McMuffin to get through the space cancer. That is only on a tiny portion of this planet's entryway, but you can literally go anywhere else, which is how the super mega ultra rebel fleet shows up. It's like, Jesus Christ, this thing is so fucked up, like every level.
And this is something I said in my video. Okay, if everyone is coming in from the same spot, which you can fucking see they are, why aren't all the Star Destroyers just constantly blasting that space? Even if there's nothing there, you know people are on their way. So just bombard that space with fucking lasers until,
Yes.
oh look, they're starting to come through and they're starting to get destroyed fucking immediately.
Yeah, not to mention, you have fucking Death Star lasers on every single one of these Star Destroyers for some reason. So just keep shooting. Doesn't matter how big the ship is. It doesn't matter, oh, turbo lasers aren't effective against capital ships. Yeah, but the Death Star laser would vaporize it.
Well, here's
Yeah.
the thing too. Why didn't Palpatine take the ships off his planet? Okay, each of these things can destroy a planet, so send them all to the planets you want to control. You don't need to keep them hidden, because if anyone rises up, you could just destroy them. Why keep them here? Oh, it's so the bad guy can instantly have his entire force immediately fucking wiped out.
Yeah, it's like trying to have stakes and then immediately cutting them and destroying all stakes.
It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I just warned the country I'm going to invade that I'm going to invade them, and I could destroy every single town they have, but I'm keeping my entire army in one building that they could just bomb and kill everyone
Yep.
in one shot. That is Palpatine's plan, basically. And I hate it.
Yeah.
It is so stupid. God, I fucking hate this movie so much.
As chat reminded us, remember, they were already going up to begin with.
Yes,
so how did they suddenly forget?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. They're already oriented that the bottom of the ship is facing towards the planet. So you don't need the tower at that point. You could just float upwards, out of atmosphere, or just fly forwards, fucking out of atmosphere.
Yep.
As long as you don't change, like, the pitch or yaw of the ship, then you should just go out of atmosphere if you move forward.
Yeah, you're literally fine.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, how are these things already in the air if they don't know how to go up?
Well,
Fucking
that's the
what?
thing. They did know how to go up because they already had the tower there. It's just the idea that removing the tower means they're stuck permanently. They're doomed. It's
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
So stupid.
$5 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Help! Our spaceships don't know which way up is.
Oh, here's another solution. Turn the fucking gravity off. Oh, hey, what's that? We're on the wall now? Okay, clearly we're at a 90-degree angle, and the side of our ship is facing the planet, not the bottom. Let's fix it. Oh, we're upside down now. Okay, now we know which way is up.
$5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You'd think they would also have AA turrets or some kind of smaller guns that the ships could use to scrape them off what should be an armored hull. Yeah, they have turbo lasers. And we actually see them, if I remember right, you see them on all the Star Destroyers. You see turbo lasers, they just don't.
Well, it doesn't matter if they have them or not because they're the bad guys that need to lose. Remember in fucking the beginning of Last Jedi where the Dreadnought has like a fucking dozen cannons on it, but they can't hit the TIE Fighter? The thing they're fucking designed to hit?
Yeah.
Oh, our cannons can't hit the TIE Fighter. He's taking them all out. Then what the fuck is the point of the cannons? Why are they there? If you can't defend the big ship from smaller ship fire with these, like, surface cannons...
Why do you have them?
Because the main weapons would be for fighting ships of similar size.
Yes. It's why battleships, yeah, they have their big main guns, and they are real good at, like, bombarding shore installations, everything like that, but you know what else they have? They have smaller guns to deal with, like, torpedo boats and fucking destroyers and shit. Shit that you don't use the main guns.
It's so fucking stupid. I hate these movies so fucking much.
Oh god, and that reminds me of the World War II bomber sequence.
Oh.
Shoot Christ. Keep
Oh,
bombarding the planet! Don't shoot at the only vehicle they're using to escape!
I hate these fucking movies.
Yeah, they're just off. $5 from Adako the Tricky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
These bad takes on physics almost makes you wish Disney would get a nuclear winter.
I wish they would get a lot of things, none of them positive.
God, isn't there a scene where they're like firing at ships in like an arc
Yes.
Yeah,
in space?
weapons
they're-
arcing in space, yeah.
They're smaller and lighter than us, so they're out of reach of our cannons, even though that's not how fucking space works. So,
Yeah.
so keep...
Ugh.
They've got their shields behind them. Oh, keep up the bombardment then. And they arc through space. Please continue the video. This tangent is painful. Wait, what? Yes. That happens, Officer Hot Pants. They literally say they are smaller and lighter than us, as if that means anything in fucking space. And they shoot the cannons at them, which arc through space. Arc happens when you fire a gun because gravity is a thing that exists on the planet we live on.
Yeah. That's actually a great line. Mass Effect gets this fucking right. We do not eyeball it. Because in
Yeah, I
Mass Effect
fucking
they were
love-
talking about how like when they fire their guns, it's like, and what happens if you miss? Some poor son of a bitch, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years from now gets slammed in the fucking face because you decided to eyeball it. We do not eyeball it. Space, they do not stop.
Fucking officer. So this is what brain bleeding feels like. It's warm.
And I expect anything different. After all, you can't really take big risks when you're playing with a billion-dollar audience. Well, I mean, you can, but yeah, it's Disney. Come on, they know better. If you're going into this expecting some grand...
Remember,
Do they? Do they know better? Because they failed.
wouldn't The Last Jedi be considered a big risk, considering they fucked literally every plotline they had going?
Yeah.
For
it
the
was a
sake of
huge risk.
subversion? Let's turn Luke Skywalker into a pathetic loser. This hero beloved by literally millions of people.
Yeah. Oh, god damn it, that works on so many levels. So hang on, let me get this super chat first.
Alright,
$2 super chat from Guy from under a bridge. Thank you very much.
thank
They
you.
needed to bypass the compressor to go up.
Uh,
But then this is the one that really gets me, because it's on multiple levels, it works. $5 super chat from Vessi. Thank you very much. Well, the Final Order kind of forgot about the direction up and the Resistance's forces. Holy shit. Yeah, dumbass and dipshit and fucking Game of Thrones. Goddamn. Danny kind of forgot about the one thing that was constantly kicking her forces' asses over and over and over again. She kind of forgot it existed.
yeah. Small risks like making Luke an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's insane to say they didn't take risks when they did that in The Last Jedi. Again, hero beloved by millions, let's turn him into a pathetic old man who drinks milk straight from the fucking titty of an alien sea cow. By the way, I've seen the Lego version of that scene. It is so much worse. It is actually I don't know why they put it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why would you-
Have you guys seen it?
I have not.
No, I have not seen it.
They literally have milking machines on the sea cow's tits, pumping constantly.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Oh shit, that reminds bring back the old B-Wings. That reminds me of fucking Halo follower. We've never seen the Covenant kill civilians before. We've never seen the Rebels use bombers before. What? That's what the B-Wings were, you idiot.
Yeah, I remember EFAP covered a video like that, and Wolf lost his shit. What the fuck are Y-Wings? Yeah.
That was Y-Wings, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember the quote. Most people don't know what a Y-Wing is. It doesn't matter what if people know what a fucking Y-Wing is. It's part of the lore.
Yeah, most people don't know what this fucking bomber thing is. Even people that know the little...
That makes that argument even so much more retarded. Yeah, people don't know what this thing is, so we made an entirely new thing that's a fucking 1,000 times more retarded.
Yeah.
$5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. Devil's advocate for target out of range. It could be too far to not be evaded easily, meaning the guns, despite being in space, have an effective range.
Yeah. Which they would. Again, because if you're in a fight and your enemy, especially if you're using lasers, stuff like that, if you're using ballistic projectiles and they're not glowing or something like that, then you wouldn't know where it is to dodge it anyways. But yeah, if you're using lasers, you can see it coming, so you can turn the ship and stuff.
Well,
so
it's worse
the
than
further
that.
away you are.
The thing for me is, it's not so much the whole they're out of range thing. It's the fact that they do nothing to solve this. They're out of range.
Yeah.
Because there's like 1,000 solutions you could do for that, and they did none of them.
Yeah,
Anyways.
I agree. The scene is retarded, but you could actually get effective gun range. But they didn't say they're out of effective range. They said they're out of range, and their guns were arcing in space for some reason.
Well, they do have, they focus their shields on the rear, and that's what's getting hit by the cannon.
Oh, God. Imagine if this was actually took place on, like, the Kessel Run path, and that they did that for that reason, so that, like, firing anything in here, it'll get sucked around by all these different, like, wormholes and, black holes and everything.
I'm gonna say it now. The entire Kessel Run scene from Solo was fucking retarded. I hate that entire thing.
Yeah.
They should have done something different with it. A fucking Cthulhu beast shows up out of nowhere. It starts fucking with them, and then it gets its skin torn off by a black hole, and it gets pulled in.
Oof.
It is beyond fucking retarded. I hate it so much.
And epic finale ties up all the loose ends and successfully draws the Star Wars cinematic universe to a close, then you're gonna wind up being disappointed. And I feel like that's kind of...
Hold on. You said some shit there.
Yeah,
If
that
you're
was
going
rep-
into this expecting some
Fuck.
billion-dollar audience. Well, I mean, you can, but yeah, it's Disney. Come on, they know better. If you're going into this expecting some grand epic finale that ties up all the loose ends and successfully draws the Star Wars cinematic universe to a close, then you're gonna wind up being disappointed. And I feel like that's kind of what happened to this new trilogy as a whole. The same thing with the prequels. People just go into these films expecting way too much, whether it be expecting the new films to recreate the same...
Okay. I hate this fucking argument of people expect too much, because it's used so often to say, yeah, what did you expect? It to be good? Yeah. People were expecting something good, not something dog shit. That's why they paid the ticket price.
I want to be entertained for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. Here is my money. Entertain me. I want to have good fun. And you come out and it's dog shit. It's like, okay. That wasn't people expecting too much. That was the film not delivering enough.
He already used the fanboy thing, so it's unsurprising that he's going to say, oh yeah, fans were expecting too much. As if a basic, like, decently written product was too much to ask for.
Yeah.
People say that, and they seem to mean it, and like, you're expecting a revolutionary fucking 12 out of 10 movie that changes the world, and no. That's not what anyone... Okay, maybe there's some people out there who ask for that. Most people who want to see these movies aren't asking for literally the best of the best forever. They just want something decent most times.
Yeah.
Again, this trilogy could have been just not quite as good as the original, and it's still probably would have done really well.
films, or whether it be people expecting the new characters to be just as well written as the old ones, despite the fact that these films are now being written by completely different people. This is where...
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Different people can write good characters. I don't know why this needs to be said.
Yeah, that was... What is this stupid argument? They have different people writing it, so you shouldn't expect it to be good. What? Then they shouldn't be working in this industry, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, they shouldn't be a writer. If they can't write good characters, then why are they a writer? I don't understand this fucking... This is literally crazy person logic. Only the people that wrote the characters for the original Star Wars were good writers. Everyone else are bad writers. Everybody. Also, I would be really curious for why people think Luke Skywalker is a Mary Sue. Be like, how? How is Luke Skywalker a Mary Sue?
Most of the people who make that complaint about Luke are usually just throwing it back in the face of people who say Rey Palpatine is a Mary Sue. Because they think because Luke has these powers and he's a hero, I guess that makes him a Mary Sue. But but they don't look at like the challenges he faced or the fact that he fucking loses all the time.
Yeah. And
He-
gets hurt, gets other people killed because he makes mistakes.
He lost the fight in fucking Return of the Jedi. The only reason he survived is because fucking Vader changed. Vader is the one who killed Palpatine.
Yeah.
Well, slightly inconvenienced Palpatine.
Well,
Disney.
according now, nobody's ever really gone.
Ugh.
Oh my god. Some would say the powers of the Sith, are natural.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yep.
Somehow, Palpatine has returned.
I wonder why this indie filmmaker hates critics. Probably because he makes shit films and gets dinged for it.
Yeah, probably.
I haven't seen any of this guy's films, but there's a strong possibility you may be right. Because it's just weird to hate critics in general, I think. As someone who watched A New Hope this weekend, Luke gets a fuck up in a lot of that movie. Yeah.
Look, don't you know that Siskel and Ebert are literally Hitler?
But Creetosis, you get to look at women. I still can't believe someone made that fucking argument.
What a fucking dumb argument. Yeah, I fucking remember that now. Oh my god.
I guess we didn't expect this to be a rapid fire machine gun of shit takes.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah.
I mean, he only had 8 minutes to talk about 3 films at once, but still, it's like. Oh,
Yeah, we're almost 2 hours in and we've gotten through 2.5 minutes of this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this now. I won't be heartbroken if we don't make it to the second video.
Yeah, me neither.
I won't either, but we're going to make it to the second video.
Ah!
Where a lot of the criticisms of Rey being a Mary Sue come from, or complaining about the drastic change in Luke's character. And while I do agree that Rey is a Mary Sue, I mean, so? Yeah, I mean...
What do you mean, so?
What do you mean,
That's
so?
a major problem. It is a character who has no faults, no flaws, no nothing. Every inconvenience they experience actually elevates them and makes them better. Like, them working like, I'm gonna push these buttons on the console. Oops, I actually pushed this button. Oh, but that saved Finn because he got eaten. Because the guy who was about to kill him got eaten by a monster. Oh, how lucky!
Yeah, that's the Raftar scene. Releasing them gets Han Solo out of the fucking standoff. Because they start tearing apart the bad guys, but they don't hurt a single of the good guys. They'll tear the bad guys apart immediately, but when they grab Finn, it's, oh no, they've got Finn and they're wiggling him around. So she hits a button, and that closes a door that cuts off the tentacle that's holding Finn. It doesn't harm him in any way. Then they take off. And then she tears something out of the Millennium Falcon. It's like, yeah, I removed the compressor.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
that-
blew up the transport Chewie was on. Oh wait, it was just a bunch of fucking soldiers who died.
Yeah.
Chewie is still alive. Like she doesn't. There's not a single mistake that happens in these movies that she makes that she actually has to face any consequence for. Everything is just perfect. She's training in The Last Jedi and accidentally cuts the rock. It destroys a cart that a couple of frog people were fucking pushing. Doesn't hurt anyone. She's treated like a joke.
$5 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you very much. I miss when our heroes lost sometimes and the villains were allowed to be competent.
Yeah. You know what movie I really, really fucking enjoyed? Infinity War. You know which movie I really, really fucking hated? Whatever the other one was called.
In-game.
Endgame.
God,
It
what
was-
an absolute damning fucking thing to say, though, about... You're a fucking filmmaker, and you're literally sitting here being like, yeah, she's a Mary Sue, so what? You're a fucking filmmaker, dude.
It would be like if he responded to, "Oh, there's these massive plot holes that destroy the viewer's investment in the story." So, um, that's not something you say so to. That's something you look for solutions to.
Yeah.
Something you need.
Seriously. Oh, I hate this so much. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I don't understand how she knew how to pilot the Millennium Falcon and do all this fucking strange repair thing. She doesn't fix things. She doesn't create things. She's literally a scavenger. Learning how to take something apart does not suddenly make you a master at putting it all back together and understanding intricately how it works.
Let me just give an example. If you gave me a set of tools to take apart a car, I could probably like fit in bolts and whatever onto wrenches and stuff to take off all the bolts and nuts and everything and take that car apart. I'm not gonna know what anything fucking does or how to put it back together.
Yeah. I bypassed the compressor. And then the man who has had this ship damn near his entire life, who has had to work on it, repair it and everything, even getting to tell Chewie how to fix it when he was on Hoth. Like, no, he's suddenly like, huh, I didn't know you could do that. Huh.
Oh, here's another one. Creetosis. How does she know how to swim when she lived on a desert planet her entire life? How the fuck does she know how to,
Do anything.
fucking, the boat in Rise of Skywalker, the skiff or whatever? How does she know how to pilot that thing through extremely turbulent waves to the point where people who have been living here for years don't want to risk going out in the water, but she just fucking miraculously does it?
Yeah. Oh my god, I hate
Someone
this
who's
shit.
never been on a boat before. Someone who's lived her entire life in the desert prior to the past year and like 2 days.
Yeah. Oh my god. And it could have been interesting to actually see her like almost fucking drown and then develop like a fear of water.
Yeah.
Like
God,
every
that
time
would-
they're near it, she freaks out and she's like, "No, I don't want to be here."
She uses the Jedi mind trick like the day she finds out that the Force exists. She thinks everything excuse me. She thinks Luke Skywalker and the Force are a legend until Han Solo is like, "It's true. All of it." How do you know all of it is true? How do you know what story she's been told? What if she
Yeah.
was told that Palpatine had fucking giant bat wings to drag people's blood?
Or what if you were told that the Jedi caused the Civil War and caused all this strife and destroyed many worlds, and it was the Empire that brought stability and peace? It's true, all of it. Wow, the Jedi were dicks.
Yeah, that
Wait, what?
Palpatine
What'd
guy,
you
he
hear?
doesn't sound so bad.
And then he just looked. Wait, what'd you hear? She's
I-
just that good. Yeah, I remember.
I still can't believe this guy. This is a filmmaker. Yeah, she's a Mary Sue. So,
Yeah,
that's a big fucking deal, my dude.
Yeah, that is not inspiring confidence that you don't make shit film.
Did you ever hear the BS answer that was written in a book why she was so OP? She learns all the Force powers and skills other people know simply by touching someone else. So
What?
she's
No, wait.
she's a character from fucking Heroes then. Hey, remember how season 1 of Heroes was pretty fucking good?
Yeah, and then it dropped off a fucking cliff.
I actually
Didn't-
haven't seen far past season 1 of Heroes, but I'm going to one day, and I kind of dread it with everything I've heard and what bits I have seen from other people talking about it.
Yeah, good.
I
good luck.
really fucking loved season 1 of Heroes. It was really good.
It's been a while since I've watched Rise of Skywalker. Didn't they try to explain her being overpowered in that fucking line of like where Palpatine is like, "I am all of the Sith," and she's like, "I am all of the Jedi."
Well, that's right at the end. Part of why she's explained to be so powerful is The Force is strong in your family. The Palpatines. Dun dun dun.
Which, fair,
But yeah.
because they turned it into a midichlorian thing. I hate that George did that. I enjoyed the Force when it was more like everybody could use it. You just had to believe and train in it. It was a discipline thing. It wasn't a fucking, like, oh, you need the special blood.
Yeah, I fucking hate that. That was one of the things that really pissed me off about the prequels was when they did that. I was like, oh, so it's no longer like spiritual and, you know, faith-based and any of that stuff. It's literally just, oh, you're special.
Yep.
Oh, that's the other thing that's the other thing they did in fucking Rise of Skywalker that I forgot about. She's a dyad, which means blah 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 Mary Sue. Yeah, because she has some kind of like deep magical connection to fucking Kylo Ren. That means she just gets good magically, automatically by default.
But while Kylo Ren is also a dyad apparently, but he doesn't experience that.
Well, I think that's what dyad is supposed to mean. It's like two that are connected or something.
Yeah. So he had to go through all this hardship and everything like that, and he doesn't know how to fix ships, and he doesn't know how to do all these things, but Rey does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't think about it. It's good if you don't think about it. The movie will be a 10 out of 10 if you don't think about it at all.
It's fair use, unless we take out all the stuff where they... unless we take out all the stuff that made it fair use, then it's not.
Just pretend it's the movie you wanted to see and see how you feel then.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, I can't believe someone actually said that.
I can't believe we have a court document of somebody saying their thing is fair use until you take out all the stuff that makes it fair use. Like, no shit?
Well, I guess it's a good thing they didn't take out all the stuff that made it fair use then, huh?
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
The dyad was supposed to make both of them powerful, even though only Rey is the one who gets a power boost. Yeah. Kylo is just kind of pathetic the entire time from fucking start to finish.
Oh, God, and then Force teleports. Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Wow, Kylo Ren's about to be killed by his own knights. Ha, hubris have truly slain the beast. And then all of a sudden, whoa! Rey teleported me my lightsaber! What? Hold on, what?
Yeah. Do you guys remember what Kylo's last line in the movie was?
No, I don't remember.
Pagan?
I don't remember exactly.
And actually, no, I don't remember.
Okay. You want to know what it was?
Yes, what was his last word?
Yeah.
Ow. Okay, so when he was going into Palpatine's fucking temple thing, he jumped and he landed on this, like, chain or this rock thing. He was like, ow! And that was it. That's the last thing he says. He doesn't say anything to the Knights of Ren, his apparently longtime companions who only appeared in the final fucking movie of the trilogy. He doesn't say anything at all to Palpatine or Rey. He doesn't say anything when he's fighting. It's just, ow.
Yep.
Like people in chat. I saw someone earlier say it, but Jose Ventura just said, "Does it hurt?"
God, yeah, I was gonna bring that up. I was like, God, this reminds me of that fucking joke. Fucking the fucking. Does it hurt? I bet it hurts.
I'd hurt me. Oh.
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Quick, who's worse, Rey or Quan? Okay. Rey is more of a Mary Sue, but I fucking hate Quan so much more.
Quan, I hate Quan way more. Quan actively gets people killed through her own retardation.
Yeah, and she's just a fucking idiot, and she's a fucking liar. Oh, I hate her so much.
Yeah. Quan... See, Rey gets the benefit. She's a Mary Sue, so she tries to do the right thing. She tries to be a good person, even though she's a fucking terrible character.
Yeah.
Quan in Halo, she only cares about her resistance. She's willing to lie about the fucking Covenant existing, and as a result, get people killed. And she's constantly trying to fucking... She's got a bounty on her head. And people on her side of the resistance, they're in a bad position right now. They don't want attention being drawn to them. They just want to fucking give it up and go with the fucking obviously Nazi guy that's running her planet now. They just want to live in peace, okay?
Yeah.
And every time she fucking runs into these people, she starts making a scene and getting people beaten or fucking killed. She's a cunt. I hate her.
She literally goes to a fucking funeral. And fucking one of the members of this resistance died. And
Her
these
father.
people...
It's her father's.
Yeah, it's her father's funeral. And these people are like, yeah, like, there's nothing we can do. We just want peace at this point. Like, the Covenant are a thing. We need to stick... We need to come together to fight these things. And her reaction is just start making a fucking scene and screaming about how they're all traitors.
Yeah, because they won't revive the resistance that's getting fucking stomped out.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, we told you why, too, you dumb bitch. The Covenant are real. They're not UNSC propaganda. They're real. We are in a genocide war for the entire human race. We can fight for freedom after we survive the genocide.
No, you're all traitors. You never loved my dad. Fuck all of you. And then, the Nazis show up because she did that and get everybody fucking beaten up.
Yeah.
Also, these guys have to be Nazis because they're the bad guys. They're against Quan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking bad guy leader, man, is so retarded in what few scenes we've seen him in. There's a scene where he's, like, in this pool, this giant pool naked, and an assassin comes to him because he's hiring her to kill dumb cunt. And he puts out his cigar in the pool and just lets it float away. It's like, no, clean that up, fucker. Why are you...
The best part is they make it so that he's in focus and everything outside of him is out of focus. So it literally just looks like he took a shit in the pool. There's a turd floating behind him.
It's literally that. What was the movie with Bill Murray? It's literally that, where instead of being a Snickers bar in the pool, it's his fucking cigar. And I expect all the children to see it and go like, "Ah, Dookie!" and run away.
It's also... They're also trying to make him into, like, an eccentric villain, because when he's talking about Quan to this assassin, he's like, we have a troublemaker, a rabble rouser, a blah 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 blah. Like, you just repeated yourself 4 times, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
God, I hate it. This doesn't make your fucking villain interesting. It makes him sound like an annoying asshole.
And they fucking, all of them dress like a fucking Wolfenstein villain. Like, they literally wear, like, the Nazi uniforms with, like, the small, black, round glasses and shit.
Yeah, the tiny, round bad guy glasses that only bad guys ever wear.
Yeah.
Literally the only thing they're missing are the fucking armbands at this point.
Yeah.
It's fucking embarrassing on multiple levels.
Creetosis. Here's a quote from a character from Red vs. Blue. When faced with extinction, every alternative is preferable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, it's like, Quan, the human race is on the verge of going away forever. Never to come back. I think you can understand why people would be like, I'm gonna side with the people with the biggest guns, because they have the best chance of actually letting us live this out. Especially when Quan herself saw the resistance were completely useless against 20 fucking elites. 20. And we're talking about an entire empire is coming to kill the human race. Not 20 elites, an entire empire. Jesus Christ.
Well, maybe she would have thought her side had better odds if the gun her father used actually killed the elites when her father used it instead of just when Halo Chief used it.
Yeah. On Halo, infused it with the power of the Spartans, and suddenly the LAAG finally killed people. Wow.
This weapon is only effective when certain people use it. Your father wasn't a magical chosen one, Quan, I'm sorry.
Actually,
By the way,
you know what?
Master Chief is a magical chosen one.
Yeah, but actually, you know what, Kree? After playing Halo Combat Evolved, I actually think the show is right. Because my Marines, whenever they're on the back of the fucking Warhog with the gun, they're always shooting to the right of the enemy they're actually trying to hit. So maybe that's what Quan's dad was doing. He can't aim. Maybe that's it.
As somebody who has never played any of the Halo games, why do the Covenant want to exterminate humanity anyways? Because humanity fucks up their religion.
Yes. Because their entire religion for the Covenant is that they will follow in the footsteps of the Forerunners. It's called walking the path. You walk the path that the Forerunners walked before you. Because they believe the Forerunners ascended to godhood. Well, a luminary for a Covenant ship, a Jackal ship, spotted tons of artifacts. And they're like, oh my god, there's tons of artifacts here. Let's go raid it. Well, this Jackal ship didn't realize that the artifacts were actually people, were humans. The Brutes then get sent because they're like, okay, find out what happened to that ship. The Brutes see that, oh my god, that planet has an oracle on it and everything. Because human AI shows up as oracles on the luminaries, and people show up as reclaimers. So when they bring this information back to High Charity, and they talk to the Oracle and High Charity, the Oracle freaks out and is like, there are reclaimers alive! I need to go! And he starts trying to boot up the battleship to destroy High Charity, to run to the reclaimers, to run to humanity, and be like, Forerunners, you're back! Well, they can't have that, because if the Forerunners ascended to godhood, why are there Forerunners? It means people get left behind. Our religion, nobody gets left behind. Uh-oh. So then they decide to do a genocide war so that nobody questions why Forerunners exist. They say these Forerunners. The reason they show up on the luminaries is because they are parasitic evils that disguise themselves in godliness. They disguise themselves as the gods, and they carry out their wicked, sinful existence. So spite them and spurn them and destroy them. Because another aspect of the Covenant is that all races are allowed to join the Covenant. All races are allowed to walk the path, except for humanity. So to stop them from asking, why is humanity not allowed to? Why does humanity show up? They say that humanity are in the guise of demons, are in the guise of the Forerunners. It gets really fucking... Oh, we're not going to talk about 4 or 5, Halo 4 and 5 retconning this shit. No, we're talking about originally. This is why the Covenant wanted to destroy all humanity. It was a political scheme, and only 3 people knew it was wrong, and that was the Prophet of Truth, Mercy, and Regret. And they did it so that they could take over as hierarchs of the Covenant. But yeah, it is. The story of Halo is incredibly deep. I loved learning about how, because why? Why would they do that? So that's why the Sangheili rebelled. Not only because the Sangheili were going to be killed by the prophets, and then they found out Halo is actually weapons, it's not Ascension, but they found out that the humans are actually Forerunners. So they were killing the people that they viewed as gods this entire time. That kind of fucks with their entire race.
Anyways, back to this shitty video. That was quite the tangent about Halo again, because, Christ, what a shitty fucking show that is.
Yeah.
Agree that Rey is a Mary Sue. I mean, so? Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes her unrealistic as a character, but this is Star Wars. Since when does realism matter?
Oh,
It
fuck.
always mattered.
We've got a Wizards and fucking Space Wizards argument. It's not about...
Consistency in your films are important.
Yes.
It's also not about realism, but keeping the viewer engaged. If you have a character that could do everything without fail and never faces any real hardship, that's a really uninteresting character to fucking follow. It's like playing a game with fucking God mode on. There's no challenge. part of what made Luke such an interesting character to follow is that there was never a guarantee he was going to win. In fact, most times he lost. He lost against Vader and fucking Empire. He lost against he beat Vader in Return of the Jedi, but then he realized he was swinging hard towards the dark side and stopped himself. And when that angered Palpatine, he couldn't do anything to stop Palpatine. He was fucked. And he would be dead if it wasn't for, again, Vader saving the day there.
Yep.
Yeah, your character being well written matters, and I just don't think a character is well written if they're a fucking Mary Sue, because they just win by default.
And everybody likes them for some reason. Even the bad guys will have that. Huh. It's a shame you couldn't be on our side. I actually like you. Stuff like that. It's like, no!
Well, not
No.
just that. The fucking longtime friend of Poe, the fucking Rocketeer, whatever the fuck her name was.
Yeah.
She wants to turn Rey in for the bounty. Then Rey kicks the shit out of her and her companions in like 2 seconds. And she's like, for the record, I really like you. It's like, oh my god, shut the fuck up.
Yep. $5 super chat from the Wayfarer. Thank you very much. Makes one wonder if any of the Sangheili had any any guilt over effectively committing genocide against humanity in the guise of a holy war. Yeah, a lot of them did. A lot of them couldn't handle. A lot of them killed themselves because they felt like they had totally disgraced their entire beliefs. And finding out that your entire belief system was a lie tends to cause massive ruptures throughout your entire society.
He literally puts up a frame of fucking Harry Potter. What shit point is he going to make now about realism? Is he literally going to say the fucking Space Wizards argument? Please, for the love of God.
Probably, and he's showing Hermione Granger because Hermione Granger is also considered a Mary Sue.
She is?
Yeah, in the movies more so because she's always perfect and does everything. And in the books, and as much as I don't like the books either, but they delve more into like her shortcomings, her failures, her insecurities, and everything.
Okay, I'm not familiar. I have seen all of the Harry Potter movies. I barely remember a fucking thing from any of them.
Yeah, that's fair. But Hermione Granger was always the one that always had the solutions and always came up with everything and always knew all the magics and stuff.
But this is Star Wars. Since when does realism matter? Hermione Granger was a Mary Sue too. She was smart, pretty, heroic, and had next to no character flaws, but everyone still loved her. As far as people criticizing Rian Johnson for what he did to Luke Skywalker, I guarantee you that Rian Johnson had almost no say in the way that Disney wanted Luke to be portrayed throughout these films.
Excuse me?
No, he had every say. That's how this happened.
What
do
the
you
fuck? Mark Hamill even said that he disagreed with Ryan's fucking take.
Yeah, not Disney's, Ryan's take.
The fuck is this guy on about?
There's even a clip where Mark Hamill's talking about to Ryan, or he's explaining how he talked to Ryan about how he doesn't think this is how Luke should act, and Ryan shoots him down.
Yeah. God, this is definitely a no research one. Right there.
Yeah. Isn't part of the problem with The Last Jedi is that Ryan had complete control? Complete creative control?
Yes. And his entire thing was subvert expectations, which he learned from dumber dipshit.
Yeah, I guess Game of Thrones had been out for a while, and some of their best moments had already happened by that point.
Yeah, and they had always talked about how subverting expectations is how we keep bringing them back.
Subversion alone isn't good.
Yeah.
Like everything else that has to be done well, it's not automatic. There are no automatic fucking win buttons.
for Luke, Ryan Johnson even signed the fucking check. I mean, everyone was complaining about how Luke is like this bitter old man now, and how the Luke Skywalker that we know would never be so callous and neglectful to his responsibilities as a legendary Jedi, but, I mean, why? Literally, the event...
Oh my god, he's gonna make this argument.
Why? Oh my god.
I'm getting
Why?
vibes from the fucking Neril video from a few years ago. I made a response to that one, but my response wasn't that good, so I took it down. In that video, Neril makes the argument that, oh, people always said that Luke was a happy, optimistic character. Then he showed a montage of a bunch of scenes of Luke being sad, one of which was literally Luke being upset that Obi-Wan was fucking dead.
Yeah.
It was just an extremely disingenuous argument that guy made. I feel like this guy is going in the same direction.
Yep.
I swear to God, dude.
Just after seeing that clip of fucking Empire of him fighting Vader, like, yeah, he's young and I guess a bit brash, but like, he's doing what he thinks is right ultimately. He's trying to save his friends.
I think chat might have nailed it on the head when they said why they think that this guy hates critics. They don't like my movies because I make shit. They're bad.
It's really starting to come off that way. Neril's got great takes on emulation, but shit takes on TLJ. I haven't seen any of his other videos. I just saw that one video, and my god, it was fucking abysmal.
as a legendary Jedi, but, I mean, why? Literally, the events of the first films took place over 40 years ago. You don't think that maybe Luke changed his mind and maybe reevaluated some shit during that long-ass period of time?
Okay, so it's the Last of Us 2 argument. Time has passed, so don't you think he's changed to be completely opposite to what he is and to a complete fucking idiot? Good argument, man. Great fucking argument. So, after, 40 years of growth and experience, Luke grows into a person who doesn't care about responsibility or saving people or doing the right thing.
After him actually doing that saved his own life and actually saved the rebellion. Like, holy shit, man.
Again, brought Vader back from the dark.
Yeah. Luke trying to kill his grandson makes sense because he's old, clown.
Yeah, it's the same argument you've heard fucking 1,000 times before. Time has passed, so he could have changed. Yes, people do change when time passes. You know, part of that being, like, good in writing and in movies and stuff is actually seeing the development that leads to that point. We don't see why Luke has progressed to this point. He's just turned into the complete inversion of what he was before. And we're just supposed to accept that as true. Because time passed. No, it's not how that works. You have to establish the change. Or keep the character consistent with what we knew of him before. And establishing the change, by the way, isn't fucking... Oh yeah, I had a bad time, so I've become a bitter old man. In like a fucking 20-second flashback. We're like missing an entire trilogy between the original trilogy and this one that would need to explain how Luke got to this point.
Yep.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. I'm honestly scared of what Disney will do with Thrawn, the Chiss, and the Yuzhan Vong, or the Outsiders. Please just leave them be, Disney. They're gonna fuck it all up.
Yeah.
They're gonna fuck everything up.
Because the whole point behind the Thrawn trilogy was not only to humanize the Empire with the Imperial Remnant and everything, but to showcase that maybe Palpatine wasn't as horrifyingly pure evil as we thought, because he was actually setting up the galaxy to fight back against a Lovecraftian threat. Well, Lovecraftian in terms of what the galaxy knew. They didn't realize that a massive fucking alien empire was going to come and try to murder everybody. So the Emperor was actually making a military state to resist this occupation that was coming.
He apparently hates Ralph the Movie Maker because he did a review and said it was bad. So he reviewed all of his movies so he could say they're bad, but I haven't seen those, so I'm not sure. You're saying this guy reviewed all of Ralph's movies and said they were bad because Ralph reviewed a movie, I don't know, this guy liked and said it was bad and that made him mad?
Or maybe Ralph reviewed one of his shitty movies and said that they were bad. And so now he's getting petty revenge by saying all of Ralph's movies are bad?
That is either situation is an absurd amount of fucking pettiness.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah, I don't know if any of this is true, obviously. I would have to go verify it. But if any of the things we're hearing about this guy is true, then my god, what a fucking actual literal fucking clown.
Yep.
I don't care for Ralph, but I was absolutely petty. Yeah. If that's true, of course. Again, I can't confirm right now. I'd be curious to look into it later, but it's not that big of a deal for me. I suppose it would be worth knowing in case we cover this guy again. But I wrote it wrong, but it is what Setch said. So Ralph reviewed one of his movies, then he Ralph reviewed one of his movies poorly, so he pettily revenge reviewed all of Ralph's movies.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah. Again, if that's true, that is an absolute fucking clownish level of pettiness.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Well, who knows? Maybe he'll fucking revenge review something I've done.
Maybe. Be funny.
That would be funny.
Go on, give it your best shot, clown.
What the fuck is this channel even called? Hold on, I'm curious. Oh god. Hold on, Setch. Check chat.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is the guy that fucking chat was talking about the other day about like this guy is stuck in his like angsty teen phase and never grew out of it and thinks that like all that shit that 13-year-olds think is edgy and cool is still cool even as an adult.
Oh, dude. So guys,
I didn't hear that part, Pagan. I heard you say it, but I didn't hear it when it was said in chat.
Well, it was in the Discord server like the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so his name chat is Neo Jesus. Holy shit. Oh god. Neo Jesus is here for you.
Alright. Let's continue with this shit. We're not even halfway through!
Yep.
God damn it!
It should take machine gun. We're on full form here.
I really need to find my news. I have a good use for it right now. Putting myself out of the fucking misery of watching this shitty video.
Yeah.
Fuck.
At least it's a bit of a backstory as to why he's so bitter and indifferent now. They could have just left us in the dark and been like, oh yeah, Luke is just this bitter old guy now that lives on an island and drinks blue milk out of an alien cow tit.
That's pretty much what they
blue.
do. What the little flashback they give us is the absolute bare minimum to explain why he is where he is, and it is not enough.
Yeah.
Not by a long shot.
It also doesn't make sense. So he completely flipped on all of his beliefs instantly because he had a bad dream about his nephew.
No,
And so
because
tried to murder him.
because he sensed his nephew had a bad dream. And
Yeah.
I need... Hold on, I'm readjusting my headset here. My hair is in front of my eyes and bugging me. I need people to understand, like, the steps you need to take to stand over your fucking relative's bed with a weapon seconds from murdering them. He had to, like... I think he had his hand out, sensing the bad dream in Kylo's head standing above him, but he had to figure something was happening at that point. So, Luke went to his nephew's bedroom at night with a weapon and poked around his dreams, and he sensed something dark there. So he pulled out the weapon he knowingly brought there, and ignited it, ready to kill this child in his sleep, and then he hesitated. Because he realized that's fucking retarded. Like, there's so many steps that make this absolutely fucking insane. His first instinct wasn't, oh, maybe I should talk to him. It was, get the weapon out, kill him.
Yeah, kill him. Do it now. Kill him.
Like, that's such an absurd gut reaction for any, like, for Luke especially. Also, I don't know how, but somehow that brings the entire temple down immediately as Kylo's response. Yeah, I had no clue this video would be this fucking bad. Jesus Christ.
He's just this bitter old guy now that lives on an island and drinks blue milk out of an alien cow tit. Not only that, but they actually draw Luke's story to a pretty successful close in this most recent film, and literally it wouldn't have worked if they had changed anything about his depiction in the previous film.
No.
No, they actually counter against it. A Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. That is 100% counter to what he just did in the previous.
The Last Jedi starts off with Luke accepting the lightsaber from Rey, looking at her, and then tossing it over his shoulder like a fucking joke. The movie treats it like a joke. And he's all bitter and miserable and he hates the Jedi. And suddenly in the sequel, a Jedi's weapon deserves more respect. Yeah, they're absolutely shitting on The Last Jedi for fucking that up.
Legionary Hunter. Bad dreams? That's a wall, boy. Did you have a nightmare? Get on the wall.
$5 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you. Living in the Star Wars universe must suck. Jedi are way too casual about reading your emotions without your consent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then kill you when they read it as something they don't like.
Wait, why did you just cut him down? Oh, I looked into his mind and he had bad thoughts. As
Yeah.
you were, Jedi.
He was a tit man and not an ass man. He had to die.
Uh-oh. And speaking for all the tip mans out of there, run!
My dad did an actual genocide, and I can forgive that. But dream about one? Vroom. Yeah. Luke finally went through his rebellious phase at age 60.
JD, I literally pinged you with who it was, damn it. Wasn't Necro anything, damn it. There you go, JD. I just pinged you again.
I like this comment in chat from the Gabo Jones. The ending they had to slapdash weld to TLJ couldn't work without TLJ being stupid. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just, holy fuck, man.
That's the weird thing about Rise of Skywalker is half of it is trying to make up for the stupidity of The Last Jedi, but half of it is doing even worse things in some cases.
That's 1 in a million, and then we see someone do it again. It's like, wow, must not be 1 in a million. We've seen 2 for 2 now.
They also were very confused on the lore, with Kylo killing everyone in the temple, and then in a comic it was destroyed long before he was there, and Snoke was a very bad touch vibe in it. Ooh. He's a Skywalker, what do you expect? Of course he wants to kill kids.
Yeah, just like his father before.
Yeah. I miss when Star Wars used to be good.
Same.
To say that the movie is flawless, obviously there are some critical things that can be said about the film.
Oh, some critical things that can be said about the film.
Not
Some
the things
critical
I just
things.
Brought up. Not the
Some.
things I just brought up, but other some things. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, it's not flawless, guys.
You could bring Palpatine back into the mix with shoehorning, especially since they never really explained why he's alive in the first place.
Dead? I would like you to be as well.
I guess we're supposed to assume that because he's so powerful, he's basically become immortal at this point, but...
No, they literally say he's returned somehow.
Yeah. They don't tell us how. He's just back. He somehow survived getting thrown into the reactor and then blowing up.
He blew up twice.
Yeah.
You can't survive being blown up once, let alone twice.
Yeah.
No, so the Death Star, the second one, should have been fucking atoms. There should have been a massive chunk on the planet. Fuck.
Yeah, he shows up out of nowhere, and they really only question it for like half a second before just being like, well, I guess we gotta defeat him now. Not to mention that if the villain's only purpose in this story is to restore power to the old villain from the previous stories, that's usually a sign that you should, like, write a better villain. I don't know, maybe do
What?
something with that snow.
No. Again, you can have that be a thing. When an entire empire collapses, you'll have adherents and old diehards to the previous regime who will try to return that regime to power. Like, it happens. So, yeah, it's fine that Kylo wanted to restore the Emperor and everything like that. Well, he didn't realize that until later because the Emperor literally comes out of nowhere. But them doing that is not a problem in and of itself. It's how they executed it. That's the problem. Because there wasn't a build-up. There wasn't a, no, the Emperor is actually still alive. I am a shadow puppet for the Emperor. Working with me, we are trying to put the Emperor back on his throne and get the Empire back and running. That would be fine, but they don't do that.
So the Empire has been fallen for like 30 years at this point. It was replaced with the First Order at some point. The big bad of the First Order was killed in The Last Jedi. And then 1 year later, within the timeline, the dead speak! Somehow Palpatine is returned.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very bad writing. This guy seems to agree that that's bad writing, but God, I'm finding it hard to judge what his fucking take is, because it seems like he's flip-flopping between, yeah, the fans suck, but these movies also suck, and the people who complain about them are fanboys complaining on the internet, but I'm gonna complain about some aspects of the movie, but they're not all bad, even though I said like, it's weird. It's really weird.
Yeah. Oh, God. The dead sent us an email. You got mail. What?
Morgoth is back again somehow.
Oh, God. God damn it. Stay down this.
He hates critics, but also criticizes the sequel trilogy. Well, to be fair, there's many people who hate themselves.
Yeah.
He's worse than Peach Cobbler on that aspect. Maybe. I don't... We haven't seen a whole... Excuse me. I haven't seen a whole lot of Peach Cobbler.
Yeah. We've had a very biased insight into Peach Cobbler. And by that I mean not because we want to dislike his stuff, but everything we've seen from him has been shit.
Yeah.
And so but we can't just judge and say, therefore, everything he ever does is shit. No, that's not how that works. Again, Peach Cobbler may actually have some good content in there, some good takes, some good quality stuff. We haven't seen it yet. That doesn't mean we get to write off everything he does as bad. We haven't seen everything he's done.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen of Peach Cobbler myself is the one video of his we covered, and his clip in that fucking retard Rainbow Hawk video.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was Foo Boy. Also, fucking more comments from Officer Hot Pants. Somehow Jesus has returned. They're calling him Neo Jesus now.
No! Somehow the Enclave has returned again. Basically Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, the Enclave being back annoys the piss out of me so much. I fucking hate it.
It wouldn't have been bad if they at least written them well, but they didn't.
Yep.
$5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. Puppy's character went from a brilliant politician with a master plan to rule to, haha, snow clothes go brr. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And somehow you again has returned. Oh, God. This actually is the Star Wars version of you again.
Yep.
Note guy, since he was nothing burger of a character, you could also argue that Chewie's fake out death scene was just kind of a pointless fake out that didn't even last long enough for it to be an actual fake out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with both of those. Snoke should have been a bigger character, like, besides a pointless nothing big bad. And I don't think they should have done the Chewie fake out death at all.
I agree. I think that was completely a waste.
I'm not sure that they've already killed enough of the original trilogy characters off, and they also have a dumb fake out death with C-3PO. They probably shouldn't kill him off either, and they did let him live in the movie, but yeah. I guess the best solution was just to not do it at all.
God, though, but it doesn't. But his is also terrible. It's like, I'm taking one last look at what my friends. Like, you don't know these people. What are you talking about? Your friend?
How much screen time does C-3PO have in the entire fucking trilogy? Like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Like yeah.
You literally don't know these people. You don't know them at all. What do you mean, your friend?
Also, the other thing that bugs me too is Poe's line just comes out of nowhere. It's like he was told to say it, which obviously, yeah, it's part of the movie. He was told to say it, but the character in universe, it feels like he was told to say it. What are you doing there? Whatever your name is, C-3PO.
Yeah.
The way it comes across is really weird. And
what are you doing there, person I've never met?
But it's just a way to shoehorn in that shitty line, taking one last look at my friends. Okay, so this is ruined in a couple ways. First of all, Such already said, these aren't his friends. He doesn't know these people.
Oh, God damn it.
The other thing, I think I had another point there, but I lost it. The main point is, he gets his fucking memories back!
Yeah.
They specifically say, oh yeah, he has his memories backed up by R2. At most, he's lost a couple hours.
Yeah. And then there's also the fact that they don't really give a shit. That
Yeah,
he's
they
getting
don't
his
care.
memory wiped. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They're like, okay, yeah, whatever, robot.
Oh,
thing, good for you.
by the way, the only this entire thing is contrived on numerous levels. The only way to get him to say the memory is by hacking into him, which will erase all of his memories.
Yes.
Okay. The reason they need to do that is because the fucking Republic put in a law that droids can't read Sith. Fucking what? What did you want to fucking translate the language of your enemies?
Yeah, you'd think, but no. It's too dangerous. That's not allowed.
Like just imagine, just replace the Empire with Nazi Germany, and the Resistance with the fucking Alliance or whatever. I forget what our side was called. Doesn't matter. Imagine having a robot that could translate the enemy language fucking flawlessly, and you just say, nope, don't do it. Put a law against it. So you can't translate their fucking battle plans.
I'm sorry. German is verboten. What's that? I don't know what that last one was. What'd you say? Oh, sorry. That's also verboten. Oh, no!
Well, no, that's the thing. He can read it. He can't say what's on it.
Yeah.
And they also don't do the obvious thing of, okay, you can't say what's on it. Point us in a direction. You know what's on it, so you can still find a way to get the information to us. Like, oh, remember where the place where the second Death Star blew up? Yeah, the Endor system. Why are you bringing that up, C-3PO? And he just holds up the knife.
Yeah. Oh, and that knife. That knife gives me autistic rage, by the way.
I need to put you on pause.
Okay.
Just point C-3PO to the fucking ship computer and put in the coordinates. He knows exactly where it is. He doesn't need to actually say, it is in this location.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Dude, that knife, though.
That knife.
Perfectly carved to match if you stand in this one very specific spot at a very specific distance at a very specific time of day, so you can pull out the thing to point to. It's gonna be here. But you can't see what's behind it, you fucking idiot! Wait, how are you gonna know what room is inside?
It doesn't account for fucking decay. It doesn't account for fucking the wreck being shifted by the waves.
Yeah.
It doesn't account for potential looters or scrappers.
It doesn't even account for the fact that you're looking at the outside wall and can't tell, well, how many rooms deep is it? I don't know. It's here, though. Well, okay, now I'm inside of it. Where was here at again? Well, let's see. If I remember, if I was here on the rock, and what is it? Do I need to go up a little bit higher? Maybe down a bit? I don't know, because I was looking at the outside.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be impossible to tell where that room is when you're inside from the outside. It's like, okay, I know the exact position from the outside. I don't know how to get to that position from the inside, or even where I fucking am in the inside in relation to that spot.
Yes.
Also, C-3PO couldn't say the N-word.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fucking chat is going off today. Sith speak is hate speech, bigot. C-3PO couldn't say the N-word.
Oh, God. How does it feel to have lived long enough to see everything you hold dear turn to trash?
That feels
great.
fucking terrible. The good news is we are finally halfway through this shit fucking video.
Yes.
Yuka's relation to Palpatine is kind of pointless and has no bearing on her motives as a character. You could say that Rey and Ben's relationship, if you can even call it that, is really out of nowhere and also pointless. You could say a lot of things, really, but in the end, why would you?
Because
criticize-
you're criticizing it, you fucking idiot.
Because we want
Why would
future
you
movies
point
to be...
out-
This is insanity.
Oh my God.
This
Yeah,
is actual...
This is so stupid.
This is
What
actual...
the fuck?
Actual fucking insanity. So, the fans are the fault because they keep paying to see these movies, but the fans also complain online about these movies. Don't you think maybe some of those complaints are because they want to see them be better? Not because they're paying to see garbage and then complaining, because... most people aren't going to pay to endure fucking garbage they don't like.
Yep.
The only reason I saw Rise of Skywalker is because I liked Star Wars and I wanted to do a video on it, because it's almost certainly going to be terrible, which it fucking was. Literally the only reason.
Why would you? Why would you? Oh my God.
Because we want to see things get better. That's the point of criticism.
Because it's the fucking point of criticism. Oh my God.
Remember that this guy doesn't approve of the existence of film criticism when others do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Only when he does it. It's okay.
Creetosis, do a tier list of people you covered from worst to bad. Maybe we could do that for STAG number 50.
Yeah, that could be something.
Yeah.
We got 12 stags to go, baby.
Oh, God.
Will we survive till stag 50? I don't know.
Probably not. At the rate it's going. Why would you talk about the bad parts of a movie? Maybe not even just because you want to see them better. Maybe because they fucking annoyed you because they're so nonsensical. Because even before I started criticizing games and movies on YouTube, there were things in movies that were so fucking dumb, and in games that bugged me, that I talked about them and ranted about them to friends. I remember being on fucking Xbox Live and talking to friends about how fucking dumb it was that Kvatch burns for fucking ever, endlessly, and it's in the middle of a fucking rainstorm at that point, a permanent rainstorm, and they don't even put the fires out.
Yep.
And also, obviously, they don't ever do anything with the city ever again, which is annoying, but I understand now, limited development time and everything, but still, it's annoying that just nothing is done. An entire city is treated as a fucking written-off dungeon. The Wayfarer, 3 months at Owl membership. Thank you. Here's a little tangent. Who would win in a fight? Master Chief, Samus Aran, Forerunners versus Chozo, and Flood versus Parasite. I don't actually know enough about Metroid to really make that judgment.
Who would win in a fight? Master Chief or Samus Aran? I think Master Chief, just for... Because again, are we talking Master Chief in lore? Or Master Chief... And same thing with Samus Aran in lore? We're talking about what they can do. Because I think Samus Aran would get bodied because of the rockets and everything. Lore-wise. Forerunners versus Chozo. I want to say Forerunners because we're talking about Forerunners were on like they were building Dyson spheres, for God's sakes. They were beyond resource scarcity to an absurd level. You get that level that you would never actually get to because the resources needed to make the Dyson sphere would exceed anything you could get from it. But yeah, because the Forerunners are basically gods, like not actual gods, but they're like literal that technological level of gods. Flood versus X Parasite, though, I think X Parasite would win it because of the way it would consume the Flood, and I don't think the Flood could actually consume the X Parasite back. Not sure though. That one's the one I would be least sure on. I know Samus has shitloads of missiles, but so does Chief. And Chief's armor is designed for war, whereas Samus isn't. At least as far as I remember, Samus Aran's armor is not designed for war. And Samus doesn't really have shielding. Or does she? Did she get shielding later, or was it just armor points? I would say Samus is hot. Wow.
I'm just looking at the comment directly below that super chat.
Oh. Republics don't say Sith Bill. Wow. Jesus Christ.
I just got an email.
Oh?
Thank you for your pre-order from Big Bad Toy Store. Alright, so there's something I was looking at buying from there, and it's something I really wanted to get, right? And it's like pre-orders, this is expected to arrive in October. This is in September. So I pre-order it. I check again in like November. It's like, oh, it should be ready to ship in December. And I check in March. It's like, oh, it should be ready to ship in April. It's like, okay, what the fuck is going on? They sent me an email. We have been informed by our supplier that they have sold out of the Star Trek Bust Collection number 7, Captain Benjamin Sisko, prior to fulfilling our order. Unfortunately, this means we must cancel our pre-orders for this item because we are unable to secure stock.
What the fuck?
How have you been unable to secure stock for like fucking 7 months?
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I might have to find it somewhere else, and it might be more expensive somewhere else, too. They also had a good Picard one. TNG Picard. The only real Picard.
Yeah.
And a good Worf one. I wanted to get all 3. But, you know.
I love that me and Officer Hot Pants are on the same wavelength here, because we both thought of the exact same thing when you started talking about this. I don't think you could talk about these kind of products on YouTube, Cree.
The website is literally called Big Bad Toy Store.
Yeah, I know, and that immediately makes me think of something else.
They sell like nerd shit. They sell like figures for Star Trek, Star Wars. I think they have some Fallout stuff
on the way.
This bad dragon is coming.
I will not accept this fucking degeneracy on my stream, god damn it. How you doing, chat? You doing well?
Welcome back. Let's see. $5
Degenerates,
for a guy under a
all
bridge.
of you.
Yeah, $5 for a guy under a bridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I could see Luke's reaction if Kylo had dreamed of someone like Nihilus or something, and seeing the vision made him draw a blade on defensive reflex. Or if he dreamed of Quan and he's like, "Oh God, kill her quick!" $5 super chat from Reina Sakuraba.
Thank you.
First time catching one of these live. You've made getting through the workday way less of a slog. Well, there you go.
Very glad we could help. I know I listen to other people's streams when I'm at work. EFAP, The Real BBC, Friday Night Tights, and other things. And it really helps get through the day. It is really nice.
Yeah.
And Deeron424, welcome to OWL membership. Thank you.
God, just give me the fucking Norod.
Let me check something quickly. I think Sid Alpha put up the GoFundMe.
Oh?
Yeah, he just released a video. I need your help to fight the Acerthorn lawsuit. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Oh man, Sid is great.
Yeah, let's see what it says. Links to these sites, and yes, I know there is a city listed here. Don't worry, it's not mine.
Oh, sorry. Cry havoc and let slip the Kraken, because he's got a good team on this.
Yes, he has a very good lawyer team on this. I'll be doing some through Gifts and Go, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, I'm going to spam the link for Sid Alpha's video in chat. And if people feel like contributing, go ahead. It's for our legal fund. Defending us from fucking Acertard the Retarded.
Yeah.
I know that's redundant, but it's still a fitting name.
Oh, yeah. $5 super chat from Peace is Never an Option. Thank you very much. Luke saw Kylo was going to be the lead writer on the Halo show and tried to save us all. Yeah, there you go.
Stag 50. Yeah. Not if Acerthorn has anything to say about it. Well, good thing for us he doesn't.
Yeah, thank God. He has no merit whatsoever in this case, so. And, thankfully, hopefully when we're done with him, he'll never make cases ever again.
Oh, he'll still make cases. He'll try to find a way around it, but it won't go well for him.
No. The countersuit is going to be sweet.
Hold on, I'm just trying to find Sid's tweet about it so I can share it. There we go. Alright, let's get back to the video, and we could show that more at the end.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Ace Retard the Repugnant. That's a good one. Alright, let's minimize this and get back to the video.
Yep.
The bottom line is, Star Wars is a kids movie.
Oh, shut the fuck
No,
up,
it is
cunt!
not. It is
Shut-
not.
Shut the
Are
absolute
you
fuck up, you
fucking
dumb fucking
Kidding
cunt.
me.
It's
just it's a movie about space wizards for children.
literally that, but taking longer to say it and saying it in an even more retarded way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Star Wars is not a kids movie, you idiot. Jesus Christ.
I know all of my favorite kids' movies when I was a kid included fucking limbs being cut off and people burning and
Yep.
children being slaughtered. And entire planets of people dying, literal fucking genocide. This is the kind of argument idiots make when they can't actually make an argument that... When they can't make an argument. It's, oh, it's a kid's movie, why do you care about it? Doesn't matter what the fuck it is. If someone cares about something and wants it to be good, that's all that matters. That's all they need to
Also,
criticize
That
something.
is such a dumb fucking argument of it's a kids movie or it's a kids show, so why do you care? It's a you should care a lot if it's something that your kids are gonna watch.
Yeah, you should care what kids are consuming in terms of media, because you want their minds to grow, and you want them to be consuming something that'll be good for them. What if a kid wants to make his own Star Wars, and he consumes The Last Jedi and thinks all these terrible fucking writing that's in this movie is good? You know? What if he never learns any better? Growing minds should have... Like... I don't know, some people might think this is silly. I think the best writers should be doing kids stuff so kids have better media to consume and grow up with just, you know, more well-crafted entertainment that makes them think and helps them grow.
Yeah, exactly.
Guy probably thinks Ren and Stimpy is for kids. There's people out there who think anything animated is automatically for children. Yeah, you know who I'm referring to. You've had
I would love to say, okay, well, here you go. Here, I want you to show your kids Paranoia Agent. Have fun. highly recommend Paranoia Agent, by the way. Fantastic anime.
A kid's show is Ben 10 or Teen Titans, not the movie, not this movie, not these movies. The amount of death and destruction that happens ain't for kids. Something for kids is like the fucking Teletubbies or Paw Patrol or whatever other
The
shit
Explorer.
fucking cartoon. Yeah,
Like that's shit for. That's literally made for children. It's to teach children like simple lessons about life. That's what a kid's show is. If being badly written is for kids, then Samurai Jack must be for adults only. Yeah.
yeah.
Same with Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls must be for adults only.
Hentai is animated, so it must be for kids. Dear fucking god.
Wow. They probably. Oh god, no, I don't want to go there because that'll get me on a whole other fucking rant.
Really, really expensive, really well done kids movie.
No.
Disney is trying to capitalize on marketing this series that is
Here's the other thing, too. People seem to mistake family-friendly for kids show or a kids movie or whatever. You can have something that is well-written and everyone can enjoy, but isn't made specifically only for kids.
No, it's made for the family. It's made for everyone.
Yeah. Like, even the, like, okay, let's go with this for a second. A New Hope. There's literal fucking skeletons in that movie of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. You see them. There's a shot of them. It is fucking a little bit horrifying when you're young. It's still like a family movie though. There's no reason that unless you don't want your kid to see a fucking skeleton, like maybe they're too young for that, like 4 or 5 or whatever. But I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds could probably watch that and be fine. But it doesn't mean only kids can enjoy. Like, it's clearly not meant specifically for children. It's meant for everyone.
Yeah.
I really hate this fucking argument. Also, again, the excuse that it's for kids, so it's fine to be poorly written. Just fuck off with that.
Yeah, that's the argument I hate the most about it is, oh, but it's just child's content, so who cares if it's good or bad? It's like, you should care the most if it's for
Yes.
children, whether it's good or bad. You fucking idiots.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because what if they take terrible lessons from it?
Yeah.
Again, children aren't super stupid, but if their entire exposure to everything is constantly teaching them terrible lessons, they are gonna take those lessons.
Yes, they are highly impressionable. It is easy to trick them if all they ever experience is one thing. Oh, you fucking idiot.
Kids movie. Disney is trying to capitalize on marketing this series that is as old as dirt to a younger generation, and kids don't really care about how faithful Luke's adaptation is to the original series, or
It doesn't matter if kids care about how faithful he is to the originals. It's not a reason to change it. If you're gonna do that, why not just make a trilogy about entirely new fucking characters? Why can't this
Exactly.
be set 300 years after the original trilogy? Instead of Luke Skywalker, you've got Bob McBobberson. Or fucking whatever.
Or what if Rey is the new Jedi Master or whatever already, and people are trying to learn from her? Like,
Also, he acts like kids going to watch a movie that is later in the series that a child is just never going to question or be curious about the other movies in the series.
yeah.
Like, that is so dumb. I
Yeah.
saw the prequels as a kid. They were the first Star Wars movies I ever saw. I still fucking I got curious and went and watched the older ones when I was like 8.
Well, especially imagine this scenario: the kid is watching the movie with his parents, and his parents go like, it's terrible what they did to Luke. It's awful. The other movies were way better. What other movies? Well, now he's gonna watch those other movies, isn't he? And they're gonna be ones that are actually well written and everything because the parents liked it. And I'm not saying that all parents are correct, but I'm saying this is how this situation is gonna go. Kid's not watching it in a vacuum. The parent has to take them there.
Here's one of the main problems with this argument, though. This is pure excuse making. You see this a lot with people who try to defend garbage, where they just come up with this nonsense stuff. So, okay, the idea here is it's okay for Luke to be inconsistent with the original trilogy because they're appealing to newer audiences, and who's going to go back and watch the original? So let's take that out of the equation. Do you lose anything for keeping Luke in character with what he was before? And what do you have to gain from changing him so dramatically? Can you not tell a very similar story with a Luke that's consistent with what he was before? What benefit is there to this change, and what drawback is there to not changing it? Because let me tell you, there's far more cons for changing him than there are pros, and vice versa. There's far more pros for keeping him consistent than there are cons. This is another argument you see a lot in places. This is actually Similar kind of argument that Acerthorn made against me in my Fallout 4 analysis. He was defending the railroad password being railroad, and he was stuck on this line that Deacon could potentially say in a very rare circumstance. You pretty much have to beeline for the fucking railroad base. But you can ask about the password, and Deacon says it's a miracle if anyone could even spell railroad. Keep in mind, this is in a world where people frequently use terminals, holotapes, and even fucking paper to write notes down in English without fucking spelling mistakes. So, the world itself tells us that people can read, and Bethesda's excuse is, a lot of people can't read. So, there's a game side of it. Acer fucking defended this point and ignored any other point I tried to make against him about it. And I should have thought to ask this at the time. What actual benefit is there for the railroad's password to be railroad? None. It makes it super easy for people to get into their base when there's a lot of people out there that wishes them harm, not just the Institute. The game itself fucking proves this. So what benefit would there be to having it be literally anything else? An insane fucking amount so people don't get into your secret fucking base.
Yep.
It's actually really annoying when a lot of arguments come down to excuse making rather than actual rationalization.
Yeah.
Happy Tree Friends is a good kids movie. It absolutely is.
Happy Tree Friends are... I don't know why, but Happy Tree Friends just make me uncomfortable every time I see it. I have no idea why. Just...
I used to watch it ages ago, but it kind of fizzled out in a really weird way. Because it seemed like they were planning on doing a lot more with it. They had these like special animations for a couple of the characters. Then it just fucking died out of nowhere. They just never did anything with it again.
Yeah. $2 from the Wayfarer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Isn't that in modern media today? I assume we missed the context, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure you're still in chat, the Wayfarer. Just elaborate a bit in chat and we'll try to catch it.
Yeah, no need for a super chat. Just feel free to say in chat what you
Yeah. Alright.
Or how dumb a character Ray is, or how realistic Ben and Ray's relationship is. These films are here to be entertaining to as many people as possible, and...
So not children. Not just children. So it's not a kid's movie.
Okay, so he actually just fucking ruined his own point. It's not a kid's movie. If it's trying to be entertaining to as many people as possible. Fucking goddamn it.
Video contradicts point. Wow. Well, this time it was what they said.
So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure more people would find it entertaining if it made logical sense. Because, I don't think you're going to lose many viewers from something making sense within the context of its own world, but you're definitely going to lose viewers when you contradict your own lore or ruin your own characters. There's a reason these people are complaining about these movies being fucking dog shit. You're not going to get nearly as many people complaining about them if they're well written and still tell the same stories, or pretty much the same stories.
They do a job at that. Now, I'm not saying that since it's made for kids, the quality doesn't matter, because to a certain degree, kids need to be at least infatuated enough to want to go and see the next one, and to want their parents to buy merchandise and whatnot.
So the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Kids have to at least...
And they also failed at it, clearly, because they're not making up sales in toys or anything either. How many children want the Rose Tico doll?
Also, again, he fucked his own point by saying, well, the kids need to be interested enough to see what comes next. Don't you think they might also be interested to see what came before that?
Yeah.
I know I was. I didn't need any prompting as a child. I was just curious. Huh? These are later movies. Huh? I wonder what the other movies were like from before that. And I watched them. It's almost like kids have curiosity that goes both ways.
Yeah. Creetosis. A quote I remember is, "If you try to please everyone, you please no one." Yeah, it's paraphrasing Mr. Plinkett. I don't know if anyone else has said it, but I know Plinkett said it in his video.
It's a pretty common truthism.
Okay.
That it's that whole concept. You can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time.
Yes, that's what Plinkett said. That's what the sequel trilogy did, and very poorly. Yeah. Sorry if this is off topic, but is sub-only chat going to be a perma thing? Not really, hopefully. As soon as we see the porn bots going... I watch other streams, so I see how frequent it is somewhat. And other streams are still getting porn bots in them. When the porn bots fucking die off, hopefully soon, we'll put it back to normal. Until then, we're going to keep it like this.
But at the end of the day, a 20-minute long video essay about why Rian Johnson is the worst director ever, or how Daisy Ridley is a horrible protagonist, or whatever the fuck. Just
okay. Apparently you need help with this, Mr. Filmmaker. Daisy Ridley is the actress. Ray is the protagonist.
Yeah.
And yeah, Rian Johnson, he's a terrible writer.
He really is. And a director, too. There's just so many shots that are just so bad. And I know you're supposed to have the director of cinematography that's supposed to... Or director of... what is it called? There's a sub-director that's supposed to make sure that all the shot composition is well, but they work at the behest of the director.
Such.
What?
No porn bots means I don't get banned.
Yeah.
At Creetosis, you know it's bad when your severely autistic brother who lives and breathes Star Wars thinks that the sequels are bad. Yeah.
Nope. God, and I wish I could remember what that position is called, because you have like the lighting director, the choreographer, the cinematographer, and I think there was another position just below the director who's supposed to help work with shot composition. I can't remember what it was. But anyways, yeah. So the movie just looks bad too. There are just so many like, what was this fight scene? Why is it World War II bombers? Why is like, it might be director of photography. That might be it. But yeah, it's just stuff like that. It's like, clearly this was a fail like on multiple levels. But the buck stops at Rian Johnson. He's the one that has the final say. He's the one that sets everything up. He's the one behind the camera.
Yeah.
Just remember what a bunch of dumb laser battles in space.
If
and
you
it could
think
have been so much more.
If you think Star Wars is a bunch of laser battles in space, I'm afraid you've missed the point.
Yeah.
It's like saying Fallout is a game about fucking plasma guns. Or fucking settlement building. Fuck off.
Yeah. Now I agree with him that that's what the Disney trilogy was. It was just laser battles in space. I agree, and it could have been so much better.
It could have. They could have been actual movies.
Yes. Like the original trilogy was, where they were so much more than that. And like what the prequels honestly were. They were more than that. I don't think he pulled it off well, but he tried to go for a more political thriller. It didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, and by the way, that doesn't mean politics in Star Wars is bad. It just means they were handled badly there. It'd be like saying fucking action scenes are bad in Star Wars because of the throne room fight.
Yeah, like, they need to delve into more of why the people were separatists and everything like that. Not just, oh, it's just a plot. Well, that wouldn't be why all these planets would suddenly say no to the Republic, and they were literally traders and everything like that. So they're gonna lose all of that trade, all that money and everything like that to stand up to the Republic. Why? Well, we don't go into that.
Imagine if the prequels were actually like a 7-season series or more, detailing both sides of the war, but also Anakin's rise and fall to the dark side, where
Yeah.
we're following protagonists, literally heroes on both sides, where the Separatists aren't treated as evil just because Dooku is there, and really humanizing them, even though they're a bunch of weird space aliens, but whatever. They've got their reasons for doing it. They're not just bad guys doing bad guy things because they're bad guys.
Yeah.
That would be so much.
Where did General Grievous come from?
Yeah. Why did he put on the mask?
Why does he have all those lightsabers? We can infer that he killed a bunch of Jedi, but when did that happen?
Yeah, I know the Clone Wars does go into that a bit, how he kills Jedi. I haven't watched enough of the Clone Wars. I've only seen the first season, so I don't know if they give like his backstory at some point. But there's obviously a starting point for that somewhere, where he trains with lightsabers, he gets his robot body, he starts killing Jedi like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because he's a big guy. I'm glad you got it. Nobody cared who he was until he put on the mask.
Yeah.
I really miss Bane posting. Unironically. That was some of the funniest memes the internet had for a while.
It'll be very painful. Deal with it. For you.
And argue authenticity and motives of these characters makes just about as much sense.
Hold on. We need to get the full statement.
Yeah,
or whatever the fuck. Just remember what these movies are. A bunch of dumb laser battles in space. And arguing about the authenticity and motives of these characters makes just about as much sense as arguing over the authenticity of the characters from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. And on top of that,
talk about whataboutism first off, but second off, if you're arguing about the motivations of the character, like you can't understand why people do anything, you failed as a writer.
Yeah, and obviously this isn't a Star Wars problem, because we've talked about this a lot in regards to fucking, especially Skyrim and Fallout 4, where the Institute, I'm going to try to keep this tangent short, I've gone on it before, the Institute is completely at odds with itself, because they constantly say, they're not a threat to humanity, blah, 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 we only want to make, we want a better humanity, we want to be the future of humanity. Yet at the same time, they're setting up their synths to slaughter people and kidnap them to replace them and turn them into super mutants and all this other shit. And just everything they do is at complete at odds with what their goals are every step of the way.
Don't make no sense. Like right before you go poop, don't make no sense.
Yeah, so when things don't make sense, we tend to question them because we have brains that fucking function.
I can't believe he's actually making this argument. This is...
I know. It's wonderful.
And the fact that this guy calls him a fucking filmmaker, like, dude, you're not a filmmaker. You're a fucking joke. You're a hack.
Yes.
it makes this unapproachable to people that have never seen Star Wars, because the hype surrounding Star Wars movies is bigger than the movies themselves.
I also really hate the hype argument.
Yeah, I do too. Hype does suck, but you're never going to get away from hype. It's on the individual to either fall into the trap of it or not. Furious owl typing.
It was not furious typing, I promise. It was more a tad bit surprised typing because, well, I'm not gonna go into it here. I'll tell such a pagan off stream.
Yeah.
Biggest problem with Star Wars has these, but literally everything else. Okay, that's not.
Hold on. Part of that skipped for me. Did he say?
His biggest problem?
Because the hype surrounding Star Wars movies is bigger than the movies themselves. My biggest problem with Star Wars has never been the movies, but literally everything else. Okay, that's not fair. Look, if you want some loser with too much free...
Oh my god.
You know what?
Someone's a bit salty.
I take everything back. Fucking 10 out of 10 video. You won me over.
Yeah, you won me over in the final quarter, in the final hour. You won us over. 'Cause, yeah, we agree. He is a fucking loser.
Holy shit, that was unexpected. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Holy mother of God.
I take it back. I take it all back. I take back laughing at his name. It is a fine name, Mr. Neo Jesus.
Yeah.
You are amazing, sir.
Very-
Star Wars has never been the movies, but literally everything else. Okay, that's not fair. Look, if you want some loser with too much free time to sit here and give you a long analysis about the Star Wars cinematic universe and how these 3 films play into it, then you're gonna have to look somewhere else. I will always be on...
Okay, sir, you have an 8-minute video. I absolutely do not expect you to do a long analysis of the fucking sequel movies, the Disney Trilogy movies.
However, oh god damn it! No,
I don't think anyone expects a deep analysis of the movies from an 8-minute video. That's just pure foolishness.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I fucking hate Trump. All right.
to look somewhere else. I will always be unnecessarily harsh to the people that put these films on a pedestal, in the same way that those same people are unnecessarily harsh to the directors of these films when they fail to live up to their ridiculous standards.
No. The problem isn't that these movies failed to live up to ridiculous standards. The problem is these movies failed to live up to basic standards.
Yeah, they can't even hit the low bar.
Having the extreme issues that these movies do is absolutely fucking reason for people to complain about them and criticize them. Thanos, maybe I judged you too harshly. Okay, here's the thing. I fucking hate Quentin Neo Jesus. Is Joe slowly turning into Nick Ocado? I don't really see it.
Well, he has got a lot bigger. Maybe he's slimmed down just more recently. I hope so. But he did start getting real big.
Yeah, I saw a comparison there a while back. Hopefully, he's doing a bit better health-wise. No, that's Ass Blasted Esteban.
Ass blasted Alejandro.
Also, I need to point this out because I have to. The little Christmas tree thing there, I don't know what material it's made of, but it's hard. It has, little plastic... There's one light bulb in there, and the little lights there are just a piece of plastic where the lights would normally come out of the hole, so they look like real lights. My grandparents had one of those when I was a young kid. I thought that thing was really cool, and I've been wanting to get one. It's really neat. I'm not a huge Christmas person, but that thing there, man, I like it.
Angry Joe, more like Puffy Paco.
What do you think of Angry Joe, Creetosis? He rides the hype train a little too hard. Let's leave it at that for now.
His first impression will color everything else about it. That's what I'll say about him. Whatever his first impression is, that's set in stone forever.
Alright, let's rewind just a bit to see what point he was making and get back on track, because we are almost done with this video.
Yeah.
Are unnecessarily harsh to the directors of these films when they fail to live up to their ridiculous standards. But if you want someone to talk about what these films are like from a filmmaking perspective and what kind of impact they have on the industry as a whole, then who better to listen to than someone that actually makes films rather than just talking about them. Overall,
You put your channel name on your fucking clapboard.
Wow. Who better? Yeah, no, sorry, but you are not an authority on this, okay?
Who
I'm
better?
sorry.
Who better to talk about the industry than an indie filmmaker?
Yeah.
I mean, you have been excusing a lot of bullshit, like
Yeah.
Raise a Mary Sue. So what? Oh, these are movies made for kids, but these are movies made for everyone. Like, your arguments have been shit throughout this entire video, my dude.
Yeah, I would not trust you at all in this industry.
If I were to
Jesus
make
Christ.
if I were to make a movie, either an indie film or if some big company suddenly decided, hey, you, person with an L icon on fucking YouTube, I want you to make $100 million movie, you would not be the person I would go to for advice, Neo Jesus.
Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh my god, Such has fucking died. Vexed Vincent. Myth. What the fuck is this? Montezuma. Miffed Montezuma. Also, yeah, appeal to authority fallacy. Neo Jus.
All right, I'm back. It was literally nothing. It was someone being fucking annoying.
Oh.
Anyways,
I'd say that the trilogy is still the weakest of the three, simply because George Lucas's creativity and innovation is solely lacking from these newer films, but
The weakest of the three. That's one way to say the fucking most god-awful movies in the entire franchise.
yeah, because these things are absolutely abysmal.
Oh my god, you're talking about Neo Jesus? Yeah, we're covering one of his videos.
Yeah, one of his incredibly awful videos, as it turns out.
Montezuma was an Aztec king, I think. Oh. Yeah, I've literally never seen the name before. Apolodoro, Perturbed Pedro.
Was he
I
Aztec
love-
or was he Mayan?
Huh?
Montezuma, was he Aztec or was he Mayan?
I do love all the fucking alternate Angry Joe names. I think they're hilarious. Alright, Iglesias. He was the king killed by Cortez.
Ah,
Oh.
yeah, he was the ninth Aztec emperor of Mexico. Ah.
Yeah, Neo Jesus is like an assembly line for bad taste. Well, we've seen that through this video. We've spent over 3.5 hours on this video, and we've still got like a minute to go. An 8-minute video.
Yeah. Alright.
as a movie, are no more offensively average than your typical Marvel film.
I'm sorry, but I think
I think average is giving them too much credit.
the Disney Star Wars trilogy is worse than the fucking worst Marvel movies.
Yeah.
You spent 3 hours on an 8-minute video? Bruh. Sev, that's what the show is. We pause to talk about the shit takes of the people we're covering.
Sev, I get you're dumb, and you've always been dumb, but shut your mouth.
That might be a bit harsh.
No, he deserves it.
I do remember him being in stream several months ago and be like, stop pausing the video when we were covering, I think it was Dashing David or something, but...
Yeah, and he's the one that had his fucking retarded meltdown in your Discord. That, it's an actual hard rule. Show don't tell, it's a hard rule. You don't believe that? You're stupid. I'm leaving. Yeah.
Well, anyways, the show is called something tangents for a reason. We what episode is this? 38? We've been doing this for close to a year now, and it's pretty clear what we're doing. We put on people's videos where we pause them when they say something dumb, which tends to be quite frequently in the videos we cover, and then we talk about it, typically at length.
Yep.
I don't know why this is a surprise to you. Severy to frame egg pause. We do the same thing that EFAP does. I'm pretty sure there's other shows out there that do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Stop producing content, I'm mad.
Also, since Sev is here, I do want to say something really quick. I've been getting multiple complaints from people in the server about you making like death threats and stuff to Acer Thorn and shit like that. Don't be doing that. Don't be going in the server and saying like I wish he would die.
Well, he did it again just recently.
Yeah, stop that.
There's one I saw last night or this morning or something, I forget when, where someone was saying, "Oh yeah, Acer's been having like health issues he's been asking about on Reddit." And Sev said he thinks he hopes Acer dies. I'm like, man, that's not good.
Yeah,
I literally
doing that shit.
I literally just quoted fucking Gandalf to him. There's some who There's some who live who deserve death. There are some who deserve life, who die. Can you give it to them? Then don't be so quick to deal out death and judgment. I probably fucked up that quote incredibly badly, but you get the point.
I don't know why you're saying the fuck. I'm literally looking through the channel right now, and I have found at least 3 instances of you saying, "Yeah, I wish he would hurry up and die," and stuff to that effect. Like, don't the fuck me. I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm telling you to knock it off. Okay? It's fucking. We get it. None of us like Acer Thorn. He's a piece of shit. But saying, man, this person needs to die. That's crossing the line, dude. Fucking knock it off. It's annoying. I'm getting constant fucking pings in my DMs from people being like, Sev is saying that Acer Thorn should die and shit like that. And I don't think he should be saying that. And yeah, I agree. He shouldn't be saying that. So stop it.
Officer Hot Pants went and grabbed the quote for me. Thank you. Many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? Then do not be so eager to deal out death and judgment. Which, again, amazing fucking... Lord of the Rings is really fucking good. Both the movies and the books. Guys, if you have not seen the Lord of the Rings movies, please go watch them. If you have not read the books, go read them or listen to audiobooks of them. They're really good. But back on point, yeah. Drop the wishing fucking death on people shit.
Isn't this the reason you guys say they should off themselves in Minecraft? Yes, because the in Minecraft part's the part that lets people know it's a fucking joke.
Yeah. We've said the kill yourself thing on stream. We've never actually meant it. We don't want anyone to die.
Yeah,
it's meant to be
completely meant as like it's just meant as like a reaction of like extremes. It's never been meant to take especially you could really tell when that one time where the guy was like talking about how good Fallout 4 story was and the twist and shit. And I'm like, God, that is such an awful twist. And he's like, it was the best twist. I'm like, fucking kill yourself. And like, obviously it was meant as like a fucking reaction. Obviously I don't want him to kill himself because he has a stupid take on Fallout 4.
Well, the best example is actually the fucking Halo show. When John Halo takes off his helmet when the dumb cunt is aiming his gun, aiming his gun at him, he says, "You want to kill me? You have to aim up here." My first reaction was, fucking kill yourself. Again, to a fictional character, it's just a harsh reaction.
Yeah.
How many Sevs are there in Discord? I saw 2 of them disagreeing a few days back.
There's one Sev, and then the other guy made his name.
Yeah, he changed his name to the Better Sev or something like that.
There's Sev, the Better Sev, and the Bestest Sev.
Oh god, they're multiplying.
Yep.
It's time to bring out the fire. Ranting Ryan. Despite this huge tangent about telling people, or telling someone off or wishing someone death, chat has not stopped with the fucking alternate Angry Joe names. Steve Samuel.
Yeah.
You might say there's several of them. Fuck.
Seething Sean.
Seething Sean is a good one too.
Yeah, that is a pretty good one. Again, it doesn't need alliterative appeal though, because Angry Joe doesn't have have it. So why you don't really have to do it, but it does just fit so much better. It just feels so much nicer.
Disgruntled Dimitri. The more and more I hear of the Halo TV show, the less and less I really want to know about it so I don't die from cringe. It is bad.
Yeah, I can't fucking stand it. Like, it's gotten to the point where I straight up told Cree, if we were not covering this for, STAG and stuff, I would have dropped it by episode 2. Like, there's no way I would continue watching this show if we weren't covering it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is that bad.
Star will never live up to the expectations that have been set by its fan base.
You don't know that.
Yeah, again, because it won't live up to the expectations of everybody, because nothing ever can. But what you want is a good film, and as long as it's good, people will enjoy it. They'll go to it. They'll watch it. Now, I guess I shouldn't say that's not a hard rule that it'll be successful, because there's a difference between something being good, enjoyable to watch, and it being successful. Because there's sometimes just people that don't want to give things a chance. That's why cult classics exist. There are movies that are really good, but they never took off.
Let me put it this way. Like 90% of the videos criticizing the Disney trilogy, especially The Last Jedi, probably wouldn't exist if it was like a 7 out of 10, rather than a 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
But then, neither did Jurassic World. Neither did The Hobbit. In the age of the internet, it is now easier than ever to let the malformed opinions of people on the internet build up unnecessary hype.
Malformed opinions. Again, I know you're showing Quentin.
So I agree in that sense, but yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing, is I wonder if he's throwing Quentin under the bus, using him as a representation of the people he thinks are the bad guys. So people who are like taking the worst example of something and using that to paint everyone,
Yeah.
So
yeah, like imagine if he said this about Indigo Gaming. It's like the guy who puts a ton of effort in research and everything, and like cites his work and stuff like that. Malformed. You're gonna call his stuff malformed?
yeah, because that's almost what it's coming across as. It was funny when he showed him the first time, but he keeps going back and showing Quentin when he's talking about, oh, these people with their malformed opinions. I wonder if that's what the goal here is.
Yeah.
Because we already know from chat, assuming it's true, that this guy really hates critics. So, again, is that all critics regardless of how well they analyze film or criticize film? Or is it just critic bad? And let's use the most pathetic example of one as our fucking representation of all of them.
Chat is still going on.
I know,
With the
I see them.
fucking-
I keep looking at chat and I keep seeing these names. Belligerent Bruce, Fuming Frank, Peaked Patrick, Insane Isaac. Partially
Raffle
furious.
Xavier.
Huh?
Storm and Norman.
Were you starting to say such?
Wrathful Xavier.
Nice. Unimpressed Ulfric.
And praise certain films just as easily as it is for the
Hold on, I'm gonna rewind this again.
Hobbit. In the age of the internet, it is now easier than ever to let the malformed opinions of people on the internet build up unnecessary hype and praise around certain films just as easily as it is for them to pick apart other films and change how the general public sees them. This video, and to a certain extent my entire channel, is my attempt to combat that.
I like how he tries to argue that perfect is boring in less than 4 minutes.
Yeah.
How can... Okay, so this is the same video where he says Raise and Mary Sue, who cares? Or why does that matter, or whatever. So the problem with Ray is that she is perfect. And that's why she's boring. So is he arguing that, or is... No, flaws can make films better.
And he's showing Citizen Kane. So, yeah.
Okay, so first of
The
all...
thing-
First of all, Citizen Kane isn't perfect. It has a plot hole.
Yeah.
But that plot flaws can... How can flaws make a film better? How are you going to argue that in less than 4 minutes?
That might be another video we should watch.
Do you want to do that now?
Yeah, you know what? Maybe to all you people out there who were looking forward to playing Did a Nazi Say It or Did Movie Bob, I think we're going to watch this other one. Perfect is boring.
Also, the problem with internet movie critics, I think I might want to cover that at one point too, because
Yes.
he's got YMS in there who's pretty good most... Oh god.
His Dune one was pretty bad.
No,
He's
I know.
got a few stinkers, but for the most part, he does pretty good
It's
stuff.
usually his quickies that aren't as good. His longer videos where he actually analyzes the movies are usually really fucking good.
Yeah.
He's almost kind of pulling an Acerthor in here.
Well, here's the thing that made me laugh was I looked at his views.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's pulling an Acerthor in here. Well, my other series where blah 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 blah, it's like 34 views. It's like 6 months ago, 1.4K views. How are you talking about big internet YouTube critics, and you know you're whatever you're saying about them, and you only get 1.4K views?
Like, because if a bunch of people agree with it, they'd be like, hey, check this out. I agree with him what he says here. That's usually how it spreads. That's probably how you got to 1.4K views. But if it doesn't go beyond that, like, what did you say in it?
I also like how there's played time codes on his own video. See, if I was gonna... I know how this could happen. You could be replying to comments or whatever. But what you do is you still try to find these, like, clear them out of your history, or log in an alternate account where you haven't viewed these videos, and you get them without the red bar, because it just looks bad when you have this like partial red bar and you're showing off your own videos.
Yeah. Just take the thumbnail and then lay it over that, because we already cut all these out anyway.
Yeah, I am curious about this problem with Movie Critics 1. Because is he only talking about the bad ones? Or is he going to be like...
Critiquing movies is bad.
Yeah.
Well, from what we've heard... Can you search
That's what I'm expecting, honestly.
Can you search his channel for Doctor Who vids? Oh god.
Oh,
Don't tell me he's done Doctor Who stuff. He couldn't even watch his own content. I'm sure that's not what it is.
Where was it? There was a funny one here. Miffed Marvin.
Ha.
Negative Nancy, pissed Paul, hating Hank. Destabilized Diego.
Alright.
To a certain extent, my entire channel is my attempt to combat that. So, if you like what you see, then consider subscribing.
Oh, thank
I'm
God
always
it's over.
writing,
Jesus
shooting,
Christ.
and editing brand new videos all the time, so there's always something new to look forward to.
Yeah.
No. That's... What? Not the best icon you could have used, but okay.
Yeah.
So that video is fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
No, I am genuinely curious if it is all critics are bad, or if it's just the ones who are really shit at it.
It'll say a lot about him depending on which one it is, because man, oh man, if it's what I think it is, it's gonna basically confirm everything.
Yeah. I do think we're going to save the Movie Bob video for another time if we're going to do this
Yeah.
other video.
I agree.
We've been going for close to 4 hours. Who knows how long this 4-minute video will take, considering how long that 8-minute video took. But, yeah. I wasn't wanting to go for super long today anyways.
Reeing Roberto. Alright. Yeah, let's get that next one up. I am very much curious about this one.
For a less than 4-minute video... Oh.
What?
The very next search result for that video was what movie critics don't understand, and it's I hate everything in Mr. Plinkett's faces, cartoon faces, with their eyes blocked out with a censor bar. I mean, Plinkett did kind of get some stuff wrong. Alright. Anyways, for a less than 4-minute video, he needs an iron fucking clad argument for why flaws can make a film better. Because,
Yes.
I'm slapping a big old fucking X to doubt on that one.
Okay.
Because that is something you need to do a lot of work to fucking prove. Because it's the same thing I was saying earlier in regards to the whole railroad password thing and changing Luke's character. What benefit is there for this flaw, for this issue to exist? Usually it's none.
Yeah.
A few years ago, Doug Walker, aka the Nostalgia Critic, released a video called Why Do Good Directors Go Bad?, where he explained just why he believed that once good directors like M. Night Shyamalan and George Lucas often create more and more less than stellar art as they get later into their careers. I disagree with a lot of what he said in the video, mainly the point that George Lucas went bad after the original trilogy, which I've already explained why I believe that isn't true.
Okay, so we haven't watched your other videos. We kind of need the context for what you're agreeing or disagreeing with here.
Yeah.
And we haven't watched the video you're responding to either, so it helps to include that that context in your video. It's kind of insane that you haven't.
Alright.
Yeah, videos are allowed to be longer than 5 minutes, my guy,
Yeah.
as you've shown with your 8-minute one.
Well, no, Pagan, you don't understand. Long man bad. Anything over fucking 15 minutes is cancer and needs to die.
Yeah, he actually made a long man bad argument in the last one.
Did
Yeah,
he?
no.
Yeah, because remember he was talking about who make videos too long and have too much time on their hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, so long man bad.
Is that the Virgin from the Virgin versus Chad meme? It does kind of look like him. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Why does your shoulder have pads on them?
Fucking Star Trek clothes logic.
I believe that a lot of these directors are good directors gone bad, as Doug would claim in his video, but rather I believe that as directors grow and continue to master their craft, they slowly become less and less relatable to the general public.
What? Are you literally saying they become too autistic for the normies to understand? Is this literally a you just didn't understand it moment?
So as they master their craft, they get worse.
Yeah.
Is almost what that argument is.
Yeah, his argument was, as they master their craft, the normal people don't understand it as more. They become less relatable. It's like, no. Sometimes they get full of themselves and just don't put in as much effort because they think everything they touch is gold.
Well, what if you've got a situation like George Lucas in the prequels where people seem to be afraid to challenge his opinion?
Yeah.
Again, it's a lot of inference, especially on Plinkett's part. But when you see those clips of people looking around like somewhat nervously, or they've just got this look of, hmm.
Yeah,
When
I'll be
Lucas
saying
is like
just
proposing things, it's like, man, I wonder how many of them did have valid concerns and just didn't bring them up, because who would question George Lucas, filmmaking mastermind, you know?
Yeah, the one who literally made a generational icon of a film.
Yeah.
Like, who are you to question the man who made a cultural icon that changed the world forever?
I mean, the first 3 Indiana Jones were pretty good. Those came out in the 90s, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure those were the 80s. That's like questioning Jesus? You mean Neo-Jesus?
Yeah.
This guy couldn't grow a Neo. This guy couldn't grow a Jesus beard. I can't either, but that's besides the point. I'm not the one calling myself Jesus.
Take, for example, people love to give George Lucas all this shit for making the prequels, but on a technical level, the prequels were a lot more well made than the original trilogy.
Not
But
at
the
all.
imperfections in-
No.
No.
There was good use of miniatures in the prequels, but a lot of the CGI did not hold up by a fucking long shot.
And the dialogue.
And the dialogue.
I hate sand. It's coarse and rough. It gets everywhere. What the fuck? What? Are you a person? Ah, yes, my fellow humans. I too enjoy the drinking of the coffee.
The effect of the original trilogy gave those films such a unique look and feel that the highly polished and perfected CGI of the prequels just couldn't achieve. Younger.
I feel like we got half the point there.
Wait, he's saying because the CGI and effects got better, it's better. What the fuck? Yeah, okay, you need to go back and hear that, because that is some crazy...
Continue to master their craft, they slowly
Okay, yeah, we heard
become
this
less
part
and
already.
less relatable to the general public. Take George Lucas, for example. People love to give George Lucas all this shit for making the prequels, but on a technical level, the prequels were a lot more well made than the original trilogy. But the imperfections in the effects of the original trilogy gave those films such a unique look and feel that the highly polished and perfected CGI of the prequels just couldn't achieve.
That
Highly
sounds-
polished and perfected CGI of the prequels.
That sounds like a very malformed sentence.
Yes.
I need to hear that again. Basically, the flaws of the CGI gave it a unique look that the perfection of the prequels couldn't achieve.
Yeah.
Imperfections in the effects.
Hold on, I need to wind it back just a tad bit more.
The prequels were a lot more well made than the original trilogy, but the imperfections in the effects of the original trilogy gave those films such a unique look and feel that the highly polished and perfected
Okay.
CGI of the prequels just couldn't achieve.
Okay, so the flaws of the effects in the originals gave the originals a look that the prequels couldn't achieve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Which
but he's saying that George Lucas got better. So he's saying that they're better because they had that, but because they didn't have the flaws, they couldn't achieve the same great dude.
So the sort of unique look of a sci-fi movie in the 80s isn't what Star Wars is, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
yeah.
It doesn't matter, like, yeah, some of the movements of the creatures look a bit jank in the original trilogy. That is fine. The problem with the prequels isn't that the CGI is perfect, it's that it makes everything look sterile and fake.
Yeah. And you could let the CGI of the prequels, you could look over that stuff if the writing was completely solid, which some of it is, but a lot of it isn't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Communications blackout can mean only one thing: invasion. They're just jamming all of our communications and threatened us with an invasion before because, I don't know, they just want to make us sweat. No.
Oh, I get it. I was criticizing it because it was too perfect. Yeah, it seems like the argument he's making here, the prequels got criticism visually because they were too perfect, which, no. The reason they were criticized for the CGI is because the CGI just wasn't good in a lot of cases. In the time the prequels were made, CGI should have been the kind of thing that... It should have been a precision tool that you use from time to time to add that extra flair to your movies, or to do things you can't do practically, or things that would be extremely hard to do practically. You shouldn't be doing entire scenes on fucking green screen. Because at the time, you just couldn't, or maybe there wasn't enough time, or they didn't have the budget to make the scenery actually look real.
Yeah.
Because look at the original trilogy. A lot of the ships and locations look like, there's dirt being tracked around, The Millennium Falcon isn't a pristine fucking clean ship. It's the interior of it is fucking dirty. Look at the padding on the walls and stuff.
Yeah.
The problem with the prequels, again, they're too sterile and clean looking in just a totally unrealistic way. There's no wear and tear. There's no dirt.
Yeah, that's one of the things I don't like about a lot of sci-fi shows and stuff, is everything is too clean and sterile. It's why I like Cowboy Bebop so much. Everything felt lived in.
Yes.
Whereas stuff like, let's take the Halo show for example.
Oh yeah, that fucking room.
Everything feels too fake.
Yeah.
Dude, it's why Firefly was so good, because the ship was falling apart. It actually felt like it was a lived-in vessel. Like, these people were actively trying to keep the ship running, and they were actually out there in the wastelands, in the outlands and everything like that, the outer rim of the planets and stuff. It felt like this is a place I can buy that these people actually live here. Things are dirty, things are falling apart. The mechanic will sometimes run by covered in oil, going like shit.
If anything, the prequel should have looked miles better than the OT because the tech was 20 years newer. Yeah, that too. Yeah. So he's just flat out wrong in this one. The prequels aren't criticized because they don't look like the OT. I mean, not in the way he's saying.
Yeah.
It's not the jank of fucking 80s special effects that's the problem.
And poorer filmmakers will often make
I'm just gonna wind this back because we started mid-sentence.
look and feel that the highly polished and perfected CGI of the prequels just couldn't achieve. Younger and poorer filmmakers will often make more mistakes than older and more experienced filmmakers. That's just how being an artist works. But oftentimes, younger and more ambitious and hungry filmmakers will make something that has a much bigger impact. And this isn't...
What? Well, it's... Again, here's the thing. People don't know what the next big thing is going to be. So yeah, usually it's going to be somebody who's going to try something new and different is going to make the next big thing. That doesn't mean the old guard filmmakers suddenly get bad. In fact, most of them get better and better as they age. People like George didn't.
Yeah. I also want to point out a comment here, too. The only time sterile sci-fi works is TNG Star Trek. That makes sense because it's a military vessel that, yeah, you're going to keep that thing fucking clean.
Yeah. Especially on, a ship of people as uptight as the Federation. Because Jesus Christ.
And that's the thing, too, is Star Trek does get dirty when it needs to, where it makes sense to. I mean, it used to. Look at fucking Deep Space Nine. That place isn't fucking polished clean. The place is falling apart constantly, and the fucking mechanic is dying of fucking exhaustion. And being put into prison for like 40 fucking years.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Without spoiling anything, Pagan, the O'Brien episodes are something special.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh boy. Well,
You'll
it's funny,
start.
when you said the engineer like is dying, I just immediately thought, oh yeah, like literally there was an engineer who died
Oh yeah.
and they vaporized his body got vaporized to like hide the evidence.
Yep.
Let me just put it this way, Pagan. You're going to notice a pattern in Deep Space Nine, and you might question it at some point, and we'll tell you about it.
Okay.
Isn't to say filmmakers are like this. There are plenty of directors in the industry that, despite getting older, have retained their same level of not only technical skill, but audience retention as well.
I think this almost feels like an extreme misunderstanding of what the issues are.
Yeah.
It's not that... Okay, it's not that they grow into weirdos as they get older, because it's Hollywood. They're all fucking weirdos. And even then, I don't necessarily think that's the problem as far as the filmmaking aspect goes. I really don't know what else to say here besides what we've already said. No one questioned Lucas on the prequels. And it was the unrestrained creativity that was the problem, though I'm sure this guy would argue against something like that.
But I do feel like more inexperienced filmmakers will often make art that's mostly centered around testing the waters, and when you do that, it often results in a lot of things that simply don't work, but these things can be the things that make your film more memorable.
Being memorable isn't necessarily a good thing.
Yeah. The Room is memorable. That is not a good film.
I also don't know if he's even correct about the thing that younger directors will just try new things more often.
No.
Doesn't most of it come down to how much the studio is willing to risk?
Yeah, and even younger directors, they don't usually try new things. They'll usually try, hey, I liked that horror movie. I'm going to try and make a version of that.
Well, yeah, that's a thing too, where a lot of people try to emulate the things they like.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm doing that with the game I'm trying to make. There's a game I really, really like. I've played it on stream. I want to make a game similar to it.
Yep.
Down to the fucking art style.
Yeah, there's a lot of these. So I'm still trying to figure out how flaws can make films better. That's a statement of quality. That's not a thing. But how
Well,
do
I
they
think-
make them better?
Yeah, because the thing he just said was basically younger film directors might try something that doesn't necessarily work but makes their film memorable. Well,
Yeah.
if it's memorable for a thing that doesn't work, isn't that thing going to be something that annoys the audience if that's a... Maybe not necessarily, but I know a lot of things I remember most from movies that I don't like are usually the issues those movies have, you know?
It's just weird.
Yeah.
$2 from the Wayfarer, thank you very much. It's
Thank
a matter
you.
of fame versus infamy. Yeah.
These things can be the things that make your film more memorable. Take, for example, Kevin Smith. A lot of Kevin Smith's earlier work, like Clerks, Dogma, and Chasing Amy, were some of his most critically acclaimed films, despite them having really low budgets and oftentimes amateurish acting and cinematography. Then some of his later work, like Tusk, Jersey Girl, and Zack and Miri Make a Porno, were some of his most financially and critically unsuccessful films, despite them having much larger budgets with better acting and overall higher production value.
Okay, so I think he's just drawing a correlation that isn't there.
Yeah.
Um,
It's just that the movies were bad, dude.
Yeah. Also, we know that Kevin Smith is a fucking hack nowadays. That He-Man show, dear fucking god.
Yeah. So we
Yeah.
know that he doesn't he doesn't do risks or anything like that. He just toes the line. That's what he does.
So, you could have no budget and bad actors and still make a good movie. It'll just be a bit awkward to watch, maybe. You can have a high budget and really good actors and make a good movie. And obviously vice versa. You can have low budget, bad actors, high budget, great actors and make terrible movies. He's just drawing a correlation that doesn't seem to exist.
Yeah. Having a larger budget and better acting does not immediately mean the movie will be worse than when you had a lower budget and worse acting.
If
This is
anything, the argument might be, and he doesn't seem to be making this, but the argument might be, oh, well, the success went to his head.
Yes.
That might be an argument you could make for some people.
That's what I was talking about earlier when I said, or they get into that rut where they think everything they touch is gold.
Yeah. I will say, this video isn't near as shit as I thought it would be, but it's still not good.
Yeah.
As films grow and evolve, they hope to keep improving with each movie that they make, with the end game sort of being to make a film that's seen as flawless. But what often winds...
Do they? Is that the actual goal of every filmmaker, to make a film that's seen as flawless? Or is it to make a film that everybody remembers, to leave a legacy? Because those aren't the same thing.
Yeah. So... it also seems like he's conflating with quality for something like that, too, I guess. Because you could have a flawless film that no one fucking cares about. Or you could have a fucking 7 out of 10 that millions upon millions upon millions of people really fucking love.
Yeah. Again, you can have a film that doesn't do well critically at the box office, but becomes a cult classic and then comes back and it just keeps coming back and keeps coming back and keeps coming back until it becomes popular. That happens sometimes with cult classic.
This guy's logic hurts? It does.
Yeah.
Remember what I said about him sucking anything indie? Do you think that movies with short budgets could be considered indie-like? Yeah.
Yep.
In fact, the original Clerks is probably an indie film, wasn't it? Was it?
I think so.
This just might be an issue of, I think it's confirmation bias, where he's just taking the examples that aligns with his view, ignoring everything else. The Shawshank Redemption is absolutely fantastic. It is fucking great. I really like that movie. The Thing, 1982, for example. Critical and commercial disaster, now cult classic. Yeah, The Thing is also really fucking good.
Nobody talks about the production of the Clerks, weirdly enough. They only talk about the lost scene in the original ending.
I have heard of the original ending. I actually haven't seen the original Clerks. I've only seen the second one.
Yeah, so Kevin Smith funded it himself, and to do it, to get the budget, he sold a large portion of his extensive comic book collection in 1993, maxed out 8 to 10 credit cards, and dipped into a portion of funds set aside for his college education. Spent insurance money awarded for a car he lost in a flood. Wow. Yeah, so that's indie as fuck right there.
Yeah.
Man,
And-
Clerks 1 was so fucking good, too. Man. It's a shame how far he's fallen.
Yeah.
What, you don't like seeing Skeletor and He-Man get emasculated by a giant fucking muscle woman who takes all their power and fucking...
The worst fucking part about all that is the fact that he fucking baited everybody. He tried to make it seem like it was going to be about He-Man, and then that turned out to be a complete fucking lie.
Yeah.
If he had been straight up about it, I would have been like, whatever, but no, he tricked fans into coming in and then fucking duped them.
I'm not even a fan of He-Man, but I was genuinely interested at the promotional material. because the animation style looked really fucking good. It was like,
Yeah,
oh
same.
man, this might actually be cool. Let's check this out. And then it comes out, and all I hear is this fucking garbage. It's like,
Yeah, it was really bad.
I don't know how Hot Pants constantly has fucking great comments. He-Man replaced with, "It is ma'am."
It is male.
Oh God.
To make a film that's seen as flawless. But what often winds up happening is that they reach a point where the things that they spend so much time and money trying to improve are things that are really only important to them and sometimes people that work in the same field as they do. In the pursuit of
Okay.
Hopefully this
Process what he
next
just-
Hopefully this next statement is elaborating on what he just said.
I hope so. I'll go back slightly.
sometimes people that work in the same field as they do. In the pursuit of perfection, art becomes a lot more self-indulgent. Like, what do I need?
So no.
It doesn't have to be self-indulgent.
Battery
it
low.
isn't really a pursuit of perfection.
Battery low.
It just becomes self-indulgent because the person's ego gets bigger and bigger.
Charging battery.
Ugh, excuse
Charging battery.
Charging battery.
me.
You said that already! Alright. Yeah, no, this just kind of feels like crap to me.
Yeah.
Art becomes a lot more self-indulgent. Like, what do I need to improve? What do I think needs to be produced? Etc., etc. And in all actuality, the only people that get to do this sort of thing are people that have already established themselves in the industry because they have the clout to get the money to do whatever they want. And on top of that, they don't really have to care what other people think anymore. They've already established themselves. There's no real reason for them to listen to criticism.
Oh, which might be why they go astray so much, because they stop listening to criticism. And they stop being, well, you can't tell me what to do because I did this. It's ego. It isn't pursuit of perfection, it's their ego getting in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that thing of like what he just said there of, well, I don't need to worry about it. Like I'm already established. I can't fall. Yeah, that doesn't really work out very well for them in the end when they try that shit. They usually get replaced or go bankrupt. So,
Yeah.
Are you guys excited for Rian Johnson's Star Wars trilogy?
Disney sure shit ain't.
Are you guys excited for Dumb and Dipshit Star Wars trilogy?
Well, to be fair, they did back out of that one.
Oh, yeah, no. Because they botched everything so hard. But again, they had the same thing. Their ego got in the way, and they thought they could do better than George when telling these characters this story and everything.
Not just that, they didn't want anyone else to come in and finish it off for them. Which, if you've lost the passion for it, maybe it's best you do let someone else take over.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, we're close to the end of this video already. He hasn't made an argument for why the flaws make something better. He kind of brought up the example from Star Wars and just left it at that.
And he said
And
that
he was wrong about that too, by the way.
Said sometimes the flaws can make it more memorable. Memorable does not mean better. Those aren't the
Yeah.
same thing.
And the title literally is, you can see it on screen, flaws can make films better. Memorable is not inherently better.
Yeah, Bebop Flicks was memorable. Doesn't mean it was good.
Remember when Mad Period fucking Poochied his way out of the show? I must go, my planet needs me.
My planet needs me. Oh, God.
God, how the fuck? I still can't believe they fucked up the name. How do you manage to call him Period?
Period. I'm
Fucking
glad they fucked up his
Period.
name, because we can say Matt Perot, and people will know, yeah, you mean from the anime. Yeah. Not that dipshit Period. Yeah.
whoever decided to switch directors mid-trilogy was more dense in the center of the sun. See, that's the thing. Switching directors isn't the problem. It's the fact that they didn't have an outlined game plan for the story from the start. If they had, okay, here's movie 1, 2, and 3, and we're going to follow this plan, and plot everything out nicely, then it probably would have worked, even if you did switch directors. Like, Rian Johnson should never have been the writer for the second movie. And if he was going to be, they should have had some fucking restrictions in place to prevent him from making, like, Snoke useless and Luke pathetic and all these other dumb fucking changes he did, purely for the sake of subversion.
It subverted your expectations!
Yeah, the issue isn't changing directors, it's... The writing is the biggest issue, and that's not a director problem. Well, I mean, KK is a moron. Yeah, she is.
Normally, whenever I make a video like this, I try to leave some sort of advice at the end to help combat whatever issue I've decided to talk about.
So I know we're at the end because of the time code, but you have done a piss-poor job of explaining why flaws make a film better. You rambled about directors getting older and losing touch and having bigger budget, but you didn't actually say why those flaws make the film better.
Yeah.
Like, I knew you couldn't make this argument in 4 minutes. You probably couldn't make this argument in 20 minutes. But the fact that you tried to make this argument in, like, 10 seconds and then just rambled for the rest of your fucking video? Jesus fucking Christ.
But I don't really have much to say since I myself haven't reached that level of mastery that allows me to create in that particular way yet.
If you would reach that level of mastery, wouldn't that mean you'd start losing touch and start making bad movies and you wouldn't know what you're doing wrong to fucking correct everyone else? Since all these other directors apparently don't know what they're doing wrong when their movies fail?
Yep. Also, Cree, check the chat.
Oh.
He
That's
said he
good.
was making a war.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, what a fucking idiot.
Great.
He is just kicking the fucking hornet's nest, isn't he? He wants to get fucking eviscerated.
This is amazing.
Okay, so just to give a little update to chat, the other day, Critical talked about the Acerthorn situation on his Twitch stream, and then that was taken as a clip and uploaded to his channel, and that got like 1 million views in less than a day. And now, The Quartering has done a video talking about Sid being sued by Acertard.
Yep.
Like,
Because The Quartering was the one that got Sid in touch with the lawyers and everything.
yeah. This is awesome. I am excited to watch these videos after the stream. And we are probably going to be ending it after this video. Like I said, I didn't want to go too long today. I know over 4 hours is a bit short for us, but yeah. This has gone so out of Acer's control. Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll be talking more about Sid's video and the crowdfunding thing after the stream. You warned him, Kree. I did warn him. He's got a thread on the farms. Like, I told him if he kept acting this way, he would get the attention of people he does not want attention from. And it happened far faster than I possibly could have imagined. I was thinking, okay, maybe 3, 4, even 5 years down the road, this guy's shit fucking behavior and attention is going to catch him the attention of the kind of people who are going to fuck with him, the kind of people who are going to laugh at him. And in a few short months, he's already reached that point. Mr. Medicare
Yes.
knows about him. Again, he's got a thread on the farms. Critical talked about him, and more than 1 million people know who he is now. Another 1 million plus channel, subscriber channel, Optimus talked about him. Now the Quartering has talked about him. Acer has received internet fame, and exactly as I said, it's not the kind of fame he would have wanted. All because he couldn't take fucking criticism, like the little bitch he is.
Yep.
Actman talked about him too, yes. He's not a lolcow, he's a kekemoth. I don't know about that. He always wanted to be internet famous, and now he is. He got Monkey Pod. Yeah.
They grow up so fast.
They really.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast it went. Like, I was expecting it to take at least a few years before people would really start to pick up on his presence and stuff and all of his shit. But no, it barely took a few months.
Yeah, see, what I was expecting was, you know how he's, like, fucking bitching and moaning about me in the fucking patrician stream of his Skyrim video? That was 2.5 months after we covered him. I expected it to be a situation like that, where he's the kind of person we would just hear about every few months, you know? Like, February or March, we would have heard him again complaining to someone else about us, or, you know, we cover his Dark Souls video, and he gets pissy about that, so he makes a shitty little response video like he did before. And it'd just be one of those things where you just hear from him from time to time. But no, he's fucking immolated spectacularly.
Yeah, it is crazy. This is
Yeah.
fucking great. Especially given the fact of who the Quartering put in touch with Sid Alpha. Oh,
Yeah.
the legal team on this is mwah.
Well, we'll talk about that shortly. Let's finish off this video. It looks like we're right at the end. There's 10 seconds left, but maybe there's another really shit take to end it off on.
Yeah, man.
I'm still where I value being prolific and productive over being flawless and experienced. And I don't really think that that's a bad mentality for beginning artists to have.
So I like how Citizen Kane is in the thumbnail and he just doesn't mention it at all.
Yeah.
I was expecting a reference to the plot hole that movie has, and trying to use it as an example of, you know, this movie is beloved, but it's still, you know, not He doesn't explain the thumbnail either. Perfect is boring. He doesn't explain how perfect is boring. God, what a shit fucking video. You didn't even come close to touching upon the point you were trying to make. Fuck's sake. Alright, just give me a second here. Just grabbing a link again for Sid's video. Sid and the Quartering's video.
Yeah.
And I'll be putting those in chat. And I'll post them on the server too. So, Sid... Ooh, there's no space there. Good thing I noticed that. Okay, so Sid and the Quartering both made videos talking about the Acertard situation. Go check those videos out. Crowdfunding now seems to be live for the legal defense.
Yep.
I get paid in a few days. I'm going to be putting some of my own money into the defense, of course, because
Yeah,
I'm
some of mine.
one of the people being defended.
I even said since Creetosis is getting sued, who's my co-host, I'm definitely gonna put in some money. I couldn't put in much because, man, oh man, the budget got real tight this month.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah. So that's the situation, I guess. I'm gonna watch these two videos with these guys after the stream. I'll post them in the server. I think that's all for today. You guys have anything to end on?
Nah, we'll probably get some palate cleansers going and just have ourselves a good time. But yeah, everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for showing up. We're seeing a lot more of you, just hanging out in the Discords, having more conversations. Seeing more of you over on my streams as well. So appreciate you guys coming over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been just having a good old time.
Yeah, such streams weekday mornings from 10 until 1?
Yep, 10 until 1. So 3
Over
hours
on
straight.
Twitch. Yeah, he streams over on Twitch, so check it out, guys. And Pagan is still doing nothing on YouTube as far as I'm aware.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, there is a video that I know I have a few videos written, but because it's so fresh in the mind, I really want to get this one done and out. I don't think Halo Reach is that good of a game. Prepare yourself.
Alright. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's much appreciated.
Yeah. Be safe, be well, and we hope to see you again.
Yeah.